Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 5th Officer Club Championship. My name is Ólafur Hrafn Steinarsson, or Ole Krummi, and with me here is Innocent Bubbles. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
Doing pretty good. It's been a tough week. I mean, being kind of sick, dealing with a sick kid, working a lot, but we're here. It's OCC time. It's Saturday. We got the best players in cards about to give us some awesome action, so I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. I've got a counter ready, so I can see how many times people miss lethal. I'm looking forward to seeing some comebacks. I want to see some of those interactions where everyone learns something, where none of us knew how these two cards were going to interact, and then only the two players in the game understood the interaction, and the rest of us just learned.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every time we do these tournaments, we learn something, right? Whether it's an OCC tournament or if it's a Battle of Moscow or Battle of Britain type event, we're always learning something. And I think it's pretty interesting to say, you know, this is the most we've seen of France and Italy in any Officer Club Championship. It's also the most we've seen of Japan. So we're constantly seeing a shift in the tournament meta, and I can't wait to see what will be brought out today.
Yeah, there's definitely some really interesting decks out there today, and I'm kind of split two ways on who I want to see win and who I want to see lose, just because of how much I want to see certain decks perform and play. And I think the way it's going to shake up ladder after this, it's going to be very, very interesting playing ladder over the next few days. There's going to be some weird decks on there.
Yeah. And, as always, we encourage the people participating in the Officer Club Championship to post their decks on the Deck Builder website. If you are wanting to look at what's in some of these decks, go to kards.com/decks, and there you can find some of the decks that these players are fielding. But I'm pretty excited because I know what you're talking about. I went through the deck list, and, there's... I even messaged, one participant, and I was like, what are you bringing? That's crazy, because I was in shock. But let's take a look at the bracket here real quick. We're going to be starting off with J King 7 facing To Die Is Gain. Then To Die Is Gain got there by beating Darkness. Then we have Blue Blast facing off against Jian Yu, who got into the top 8 by beating Doge 34. Then we have Droggear versus Dreamer. Droggear got in there by beating Philpa. And finally, Diablo Zhang versus Hui Hui. And Diablo Zhang beat... Who was it that he beat? Let me see. Rain Zone 77, of course, yes. We were going to show all these games. Now, I did record all these games. But then I suffered a catastrophic error and lost all the recordings, unfortunately. So what I can tell you is that those games were amazing. And the next Officer Club Championship, I will not delete them accidentally, and we will show them. But something I want to highlight here is we keep seeing the progression of the Chinese community. This time around, we got 4 Chinese players in the top 8. That's more than we had last time. We have a defending Chinese champion. What's your take on that? And have you been seeing more kind of Chinese competitors at the top of the ladder?
I've seen quite a few names that I'm not familiar with on the top of the ladder. So there's a good chance some of them are from China. Ladder's been pretty interesting the last couple of weeks. There's been quite a few new names, which is really, really cool to see. I always like seeing new names up on ladder. And of course, some of these people I know are streaming already, which is awesome. You've got people like Sinlike, who recently started out and climbed to the top of the ladder very quickly and started streaming his kind of budgety decks. I'm not sure who's from China and who isn't, but it's definitely awesome to see kind of 4 Chinese players participating in the OCC.
So the people from China, or the competitors from China, is Jian Yu, it's Dreamer, it's Diablo Zhang, and it's Hui Hui. Hui Hui being our defending champion. Defending second place.
Defending second place, yes. BaiJ, of course.
BaiJ did not make it this time around, so he's not here to defend his throne. But then from the Western Hemisphere, so to speak, we got J King 7 to Dice Gain, Blue Blast, and Droggear.
It's going to be a real face-off, China
Absolutely.
versus the West, which is going to be exciting to see. And last time we saw some really interesting playstyles coming out of China. We saw full aggro and full ramp, both making it to the finals, two complete opposite ends of the spectrum. I'm super excited to see what they do today and see if they can teach us all something about the game that we are missing.
Absolutely. Well, we're just waiting for the players to get on going and into the match, so we can start bringing you this first series between J King 7 and Tadai is Gain. Tadai is Gain beating out Darkness to make it into the top 8 here.
Yeah, that was 2-1 he beat Darkness, right?
Yeah. Following the pattern of Darkness losing games only in Officer Club Championships.
It is a curse. We don't know how he came upon this curse. Maybe he annoyed a witch, we're not sure, but he definitely seems to have a curse.
Yeah, and here we see the decks that these two are bringing to this first game of the tournament. J King bringing his Japanese deck, and Tadai is Gain bringing his Britain and Germany deck.
Yeah, it's a sort of control Britair deck. It's pretty weird, but I'm pretty excited to see how it performs.
Yeah,
you see he's got the bomber with Fury. Of course, if you give that +2/+2 and Blitz with the finest hour, it can become a real threat very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And already, I mean, just looking at what he has in hand, he's got quite a bit of answers to the aggression from J King here. He's got the Kitty Hawk that's able to kind of take out a target when it gets deployed. He has the Empire Strikes. He's got the Monty. He has a lot of ways to deal with the early aggression from J King here.
He really does, but J King does have that encirclement in hand, and he's got quite a few options on how he uses that. You could have copied the 2-1, the 22nd Infantry that draws, and then you're drawing 2 cards a turn, but you can also just copy the Meter Regiment, and that's a super, super scary combo to see. I think this encirclement is going to cause some real issues for today.
Yeah, definitely could do. Playing the Type 93, and I assume going face here, unless he wants... Yeah, going face to just keep on the pressure.
Yeah, and it basically forces Tadai, if he wants to trade, he kind of has to trade with the Type 93, because if you trade with one of the 3-1s, obviously your Kitty Hawk's going to die.
Yeah.
J King, the face of not enjoyment, I think I would call it, when that Monty comes out.
Definitely not, and Tadai is Gain also finding the opportunity of actually getting the full value out of the Monty, getting the draw there by pinning more than 3 units. But like you say, that encirclement is starting to look more and more scary, especially with that T-35 there potentially having 0 op cost.
Yeah, it means he can really just trade and clear. I'm curious to see if he's going to play Encirclement now, maybe encircle like the Akita, or is he going to save it for the Mito Regiment? Because Encircling Mito is a really, really strong combo. It's kind of your second priority after encircling the Kagoshima.
Yeah. I mean, you're basically guaranteeing 4 damage to face with that encirclement, just with the destruction effect alone.
Yeah, and also... It obviously it has Blitz, so you can move it up and circle it, hit face for 2, and then it has the destruction effect. It's sort of like a mini air Blitz. Empire Strikes coming out. It's going to do a lot of damage to J King's board.
Yeah, almost cleared it. Only the Mito Regiment left standing, but now it does get encircled in the front line, and I assume is going to hit face. Immediate pressure there coming out from J King, and following that up with a Bicycle Regiment and a 34th, plus holding that Air Blitz. He's got a guaranteed 4 damage on the board in destruction effects, plus 4 damage in hand. That puts J King down. No, that puts Tadai's Gain down to 5 HP. So unless he starts finding some health,
it's really, really scary. You really have to try and clear the board and take minimal damage. However, with these destruction effects, clearing the board only is half the problem. Jaking, if he gets like a Shidin or something like this, you're kind of just dead. And if he gets another encirclement, I don't think there's any way for Tadai to come back from this. It's certainly a scary position to be Tadai here.
Yeah, absolutely. Has that Flampanzer, though, to take out that bicycle regiment, right?
He does, but like you say, he's only actually on 5 HP. The 13 is a bit deceiving, so he kind of needs to clear as many of these units as he can, otherwise he's going to go down to even less health.
Yeah.
So he's choosing to pursuit back, because he takes less damage by pursuing and trading than he does with playing the Flampanzer. And the encirclement, I think that's...
Again?
Yeah.
And now...
He's gained 8 damage so far, just replaying 2 encirclements.
Exactly, and I mean, he has 8 damage effectively on board and in hand, so unless Tadai's Gain is able to get rid of, that entire front line, he's going to be dead. Because now J-King is able to basically air blitz, attack with a Mito, and basically guarantee lethal unless Tadai has some way of retaining or regaining his health total on his HQ.
He has got draw, so we'll see if he can't find some, but I don't think he's running any healing. I think it's going to be really, really difficult for him to pull something out of the bag here.
Yeah, looks like he's just going for the biggest possible plane that he can make here for a final huzzah onto the headquarters of J-King, but that's not going to be enough. J-King finding this first win, taking out Tadai's Gain, and the standing in their series 1-0. J-King takes the lead.
I think it just shows how scary Japan aggro can be. I think it's definitely going to be one of the dominant decks of this tournament. It's pretty terrifying right now. There's a lot of encirclement combos. You've got the Kagoshima, you've got the Mito. But they also, since Germany fell out of fashion, there's been a lot less Flampanzers, which means decks like Jaguar and Britair are stronger than they used to be. And maybe we saw that by Tadai bringing Britair.
Yeah, and just to give you guys a quick, rundown of their nations that these guys are bringing, and remember, this is the only information that the players have going into the matches is the nations in the decks. So Tadai's Gain is bringing Japan, Germany, Germany, France, and Britain, Germany. His Britain, Germany deck now losing that first game. Meanwhile, J-King is bringing Germany, Japan, Soviet Japan, and Japan, Germany. So Japan really heavy presence for J-King here in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out. Tadai is bringing the same deck again, and J-King's Japan-Germany deck, I was looking for it earlier, it's pretty similar to his Japan-Germany one. It's just flipped the nations around. He's done it a bit more late game, but for the most part, it's still a pretty aggressive deck, and it kind of feels like he's trying to work his way around the nation limit by just bringing the same deck but with different nations.
Yeah.
And he's going to go for the sudden strike and hit face, which I think is a smart move. If you don't sudden strike that, it's definitely going to kill your cavalry regiment. And with this early aggression, you really want to keep that alive.
Absolutely. And J-King looking a little bit puzzled there, seeing the Henschel come out early. But he's not able to actually trade it out immediately. He has to bring it down to 1 health, and it's going to be able to kill at least the 15th regiment there.
It is, and he can't drop his other 15th cavalry to try and rush it, because it can take out 2 15th cav per turn, which is really, really quite scary.
But now I wonder what Tadai's Gain is going to do here. I mean, his options are to be pretty credit inefficient here, taking out that front line. Because he doesn't have anything else to play. Kind of a tough spot here for Tadai's Gain.
So what Tadai should do is he should hit the Whirlwind twice, and then next turn he can play the Empire Strikes and do 1 damage to all, killing both of these, and he doesn't know it yet, but J-King has 2 15th cavalry in hand. So really, he's going to be taking out 4 units with 1 card.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see no Naship coming out there for J King. J King holding on to those 15th cav. That could be the play that wins him the game.
J King reading the situation really well, saying, why did he leave this unit on 1 health? Why didn't he kill my 15th cavalry? Clearly he has 1 damage to all. Now, I'm curious if J King, Tadai's Gain is just going to drop the Empire Strikes, because he has the shelling. He can do 2-1 damage to all. He can clear the 15th cavalry as well, which I think is going to catch J King off guard.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised there that we didn't see, a massive turn with Naship there from J King, but showing once again why he is a constant presence in these top tier tournaments, expertly playing around that potential Empire Strikes from Tadai's Gain.
But very unfortunately for J King here, it is nowhere near the last of Tadai's AoE and board clear. Although I am curious how Tadai is going to deal with this Comet and this Panther G. I don't think he has any way of dealing with these.
You see, J King looks to be pretty happy that he found that Panther G there.
Obviously, he can bounce it with the RAAF, but that's only a short-term solution to quite a large problem. And I'm curious if J King can just kill him here before Tadai can stabilize enough to try and swing the game around, because you can start cometing and you've got lethal in a few turns.
Yeah, I mean, it only takes 3 Comet hits to take out Tadai's Gain now. Opting to keep it in hand, though, putting the pressure on board with the Panther G. He's also holding on to that Leopold, so even if Tadai's Gain gets a foothold in the game, potential risk to him there as well.
There certainly is. He can make one of these a 5-5, and then he can start trading really, really efficiently. The fact that his tank got bounced twice is really quite painful for him. That's 10 credits spent and nothing really achieved with them, which is far from ideal.
All right, let's look at some of the options that Tadai's Gain has here. Looks like he's going to go for some sort of Crusader play.
So J King's plan might be to hit face with the tank once, and then once he's done that, he can drop the Comet and finish him off. I'm curious if we're going to see Tadai move up his 5-5 to the front line to protect his face from the tank. Slightly scary for him, of course, is an encirclement. He might be trying to play around encirclement, because you move up the GURBS, you encircle them, and suddenly you have a 4-3.
Yeah, I think you make an excellent point there of wanting to take out the front line, but opting instead to trade with a Geburtsjäger, however you say that properly, and now could find himself in a world of hurt. I think you're absolutely correct. J King is going to want to probably hit face with that Panther G.
So your only concern here, I think, if you're J King, is the idea that Tadai could buff up his units and OTK you. But he took out the bomber, so he massively reduced Tadai's chance of being able to do that. Obviously, we know that Tadai can't do that, but J King doesn't know that.
Yeah, currently Tadai is only able to deal, 7, 10 damage to the headquarter of J King.
Yeah, and I imagine we'll see him trading with the tank, but J King's sitting on this Comet, like we know, and he's not shown it yet, so Tadai has no idea that this Comet's about to drop, and it will be lethal. Oh no, sorry, it won't be lethal, it'll be lethal in 2 turns.
I wonder if there's anything here that Tadai's Gain can do. Is he running any guard-type units at all?
I don't believe he is. I think he's mainly relying on his bombers just to keep a foothold on more aggressive decks. Just looking through his deck here now, there is not a single guard in the entire deck. I don't think there's anything he can get which is going to save him.
I mean, unless he manages to actually end the game in the next turn, right? So Tadai's Gain has to basically be able to kill J King here, or the game's over.
Yeah, it's certainly a scary position, and I imagine we'll see Tadai drop the Ultra, trying to play around like an air blitz or something, but there's not really much you can do.
There's no close air support there to make use of that HMS Illustrious either, to kind of find some sort of play. In reality, you know, he's able to buff that Broth Lightning a little bit.
I think your only option is to play the Ultra and hope that J King uses a Bismarck to lethal you instead of his Comet, and that he wastes all his credits on that. Obviously, that would be a pretty big misplay from J King's part, but I think that's your only possible chance for winning the game.
Yeah, I think so as well, and arguably probably the only. Yeah, it's a long shot. I would say, you know, whoever puts their hope in that is a very hopeful person.
Yeah, it is certainly very far-fetched, but you know, you never know. You should never surrender, because you can always rely on your opponent doing something terrible.
And there we go. The game is over. J King 7 wins out against Tadai is game 2-0 to progress from the top 8 to the top 4. Congratulations to J King.
Yeah, it was certainly, I think, fairly decisive games. I think it just shows the amount of experience that J King has in these sort of environments. I think Tadai is really, really skilled, and I think a big part of J King's win may have just been remaining calm under the pressure due to experience in these tournaments. Obviously, J King is one of the best players in the game, but I do genuinely think that confidence and experience plays a big part in these tournaments.
Oh, absolutely. I do agree with that for sure. So, yeah, with that, if we take a look at the bracket here real quick, once I update it for us.
But congrats to J King, and good luck in round 2.
Absolutely. Sometimes this bracket can be really finicky. Yeah, there we go. And it still is a little bit finicky, but J King 7 there progresses into the next round. Now, the next game up should have been Blue Blast versus Shan Yu, but unfortunately, Shan Yu has not been able to make it, at least up until now. So we haven't seen him on Discord. We haven't been able to reach him via email or in-game. So Blue Blast is going to be automatically awarded the win for that game and will progress into the top 4, where he will be facing off against J King 7. So the next game that's going to be coming up is the game between Dreamer and Droggear. What do you think about that game? What do you expect there?
So I know Droggear despises playing aggro. I've never seen him play aggro. He's always playing these really, really slow decks. Your sort of classic Droggear deck has all the late game US bombers in it. You sort of had this guarantee when playing against him on ladder, no matter what main nation he was, whether he was Soviets or Brits or Germany, he would always have these US bombers just sitting in hand. And he had this absurd patience just to wait and wait. And you'd be like, okay, there's no way he's sitting on a B-17. You know, there's so many opportunities where he'd want to use it. I can drop my thing. And then he'd B-17 it. So I think we're going to see these sort of slow decks, which are more control-based and quite greedy. And then I'm not sure what Dream usually plays, so I've not matched up versus him.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember from the World Championships, he was one of the top 4 initially there, so I got to know him a little bit and hang out a little bit. And I didn't have a lot of experience with the game at that time either. And he was the first one that just told me, you know, if I have my way, then, you know, we run out of cards. That's the way I like to play the game, you know. The deck.
Yeah, he goes very, very late.
So I feel like, you know, he still sticks to that strategy very much so.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the decks he's bringing, I'm certainly excited to see how he performs. Obviously, he is one of the veterans of the game. He's been around pretty much for as long as the game has been. And I'm excited to see if he can still defend his position like he used to. I certainly think it's going to be some fun games to watch. I would grab a drink, though, because they may take a while.
Yeah, so we're going to go on to a 3-minute break while we get the players set up and ready to play. In the meantime, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you in just a few minutes.
Cool.
Hello and welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. The players are getting situated and we are just about ready to go and head on into the game. Bubbles, why don't you tell us a little bit about what kind of decks these players are bringing?
So yeah, I believe this is Dreamer, but he's not put in as Dreamer on the deck list thing.
Yes.
But I believe he's bringing a USA Britain deck. But it seems to be interesting compared to a normal US Britain ramp. He's running things like Cadet Nurse Corps, which I've not seen before, but then he's also running more traditional things. Very interested to see how it works out. And then he's also got his Germany-Italy deck, you know, the classic. I do love me some Germany-Italy. This is Alpine instead of the Al 640 aggro. And then he's also bringing, I believe, a Britain USA deck. So sort of the thing he's bringing as well, but flipped around.
Yeah, I do know that he does like USA quite a bit. So I do expect that to probably be the first thing that we see him play here.
I wonder if he's going to bring USA Brits and then Brits USA, and just going to save the Alpine for if he really, really needs it, but going to try and prioritize just using the Brit USA deck.
I would expect that. From the Droggear side, I'm really excited about one of the decks that he's bringing, and I'll let you guess which one.
I'm assuming it's his Commando deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's only got 4 non-British cards in the entire deck.
Yep.
Which is pretty full-on, pretty hard commitment to the full Brit, the Crusader and all this sort of stuff. What's your thoughts on his Commando deck? Any criticisms? Any edits you'd make?
I've ran pretty much that exact same Commando deck before, and it works really, really well. Bloody Sickle, works insanely well with Commandos. You replace a card, plus you deal damage, plus it's basically like you use a Bloody Sickle with 3 Commandos out and a Honey. You're basically paying like 1 credit for 4 damage.
And
which
if you
is
have
crazy.
a Pioneers, it becomes free as well.
Yeah.
Which is really nice. It suits into that whole Pioneers Crusader combo, because usually the issue is if you put orders from other nations in, it disrupts your combo, but obviously Bloody Sickle is fine with that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, for me, I think this is one version of the Commandos that really doubles down on the Commandos mechanism and kind of, it's very do or die. I think it can beat every deck in the game, but if it fulfills some basic premises, right? However,
Sure.
I think there are Commando decks out there that can be more consistent. But with that said, we're heading on into the game, so let's jump into the action. Droggear versus Dreamer here.
Oh, and look at that bow tie.
Handsome devil there from Sweden, Droggear. And then from China, sharing his gameplay all the way from China, which I always love seeing.
And he's gone with Alpine round 1. Our prediction was miles off.
Yeah, absolutely. Shows what we know about the Chinese meta.
Yeah. And he's got quite a good hand for Alpine. Obviously, we might need to explain what some of these cards are and what they do for our newer viewers who don't speak Chinese. Essentially, Alpine, these units all have Alpine, and that means when you put them down, they get +1/+1 for each other Alpine unit already on the board. So you essentially want to snowball with them. You put 1 down, it's alright. You put 2 down, it's pretty good. You put 3 down, and it just goes out of control.
Absolutely, and you can already see how important it is for Droggear to keep the Alpine units down on the board, not let him get too many of them out there. So he's spending basically that Bloody Sickle on top of the Katyusha attack to get it out that turn, because he knows there are more Alpine units coming, and that if he doesn't deal with them now, they're going to quickly snowball out of control.
And I really like this drop in the Alpine artillery early on. It means he can start clearing Droggear's units, and especially with the Gerbs, he's not only clearing for free, he's actually going to be generating extra credits each turn just by clearing Droggear's board, which is really, really powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. That Naship is going to help him so much in getting out these Alpine units quickly and really having them stack. And you can already see it. The Gebirgsjäger there, 6-5, pouring out the pressure. I mean, we're on turn 4.
Yeah, he's really, really snowballing out of control. And he can trade with that 3-1. I believe they're the second rifles. And it's just going to give him even more credits just to keep snowballing his Alpine units.
Yeah, now we should see the army start marching across the board, and indeed we do. More Alpine units coming out there. +3/+3 on play. That's pretty impressive. And finally,
and pretty much every card in Dreamer's hand it draws. You've got these panzers, you've got the Alpine unit, obviously that draws you if you have another Alpine unit on the board. Everything he drops is just replacing itself, so he's almost got infinite fuel, whereas Droggear has a lot less fuel and is already on the back foot.
I feel like, however, yes, Droggear is under a lot of pressure right now. However, he is a really, really, really big control player.
He certainly is. I think he's probably, if anyone can win this, he's definitely up there. But I do think he's in a pretty dire situation at best.
I mean, he's in a world of hurt for sure. But I do feel like if there is a player out there that's going to feel relatively comfortable in this situation, it's going to be Droggear.
I'm sure he's been in situations like this before, without a doubt. I'm interested to see what he can try and do to swing it, and if so, how can we apply this to our ladder games and learn from it.
Absolutely. Wonder what we're going to see him pick here. Decides to go for the Panzer 3L, probably hoping for some additional face damage in the coming turns by using that.
I think the Panzer 3L was the right pick. Taking the Comet up against the amount of guards the Soviets have is risky. Obviously, it's quite good at clearing the mortar rifles, but I think it's a lot less reliable of a pick compared to the Panzer 3.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that's not the value you want out of your naval brigade normally. Is taking out a 2 or 3 cost artillery unit. That's and 1 HP.
He's gonna proc the ambush. However, we know that he's got an eastern front, so he can buff up his guys, and then he can trade anyway.
Yeah. And then we see it already pouring on the pressure. Another Alpine unit coming out, and more draws at the end of the turn.
There's just an unstoppable wave of them. They're never stopping. And I'm not sure what Droggear can do to swing it. I know we talked about him being a really, really strong control player, but I feel like this is just getting really quite out of control for Dreamer here.
Yeah, absolutely. And really unfortunate there for Droggear that he doesn't have one additional credit to get that other motor rifles out. And the encirclement, that could be it. That could be it.
So scary. Look at that. You get yourself a 7.6 on the front line with Blitz, and it can't be targeted by orders. It's really pretty terrifying.
Wait. Hit it with the 6.4.
No, he's going to trade and drop the Panzer 2. Or Panzer 35, sorry. I always think it's a Panzer 2 because it's a 2-2.
Okay.
That's not how the game works.
And
I believe that does equal more face damage in total as well, which is his goal here, is just to get as much damage in as he can before Droggear can try and stabilize.
Yeah,
but I think he's got lethal.
Droggear's time to stabilize definitely long past at this point. The autocannon coming out just to add insult to injury if he needed it, which he didn't. Dreamer, our competitor from China, taking out Droggear, one of our World Championship participants in game number 1 in their series in this Officer Club Championship. It's crazy.
I think Dreamer definitely had a lucky start with the amount of Alpine units he had. However, that was terrifying. And a well-built deck will get lucky a lot more often than a poorly built deck.
Lucky.
Yeah, a well-built deck will be... It'll do it more often. That's
a thing that it actually took me quite a long time to figure that out, in terms of the skill distribution of cards, how important it is to build decks that have no type of waste, right? Where that any situation, you have a high percentage chance of drawing a card that is able to get you out of that situation. And I think these players we see in the Officer Club Championship take that to, an art form.
Yeah, I think as part of why Jagro is pretty popular on ladder, it's pretty easy to pick up and to put cards in it where they're always going to be useful. You don't want to be relying on top decks where it's if I top deck this, I do okay. You want it to be, it doesn't matter what I top deck because it's going to be useful.
Exactly. And you know, if you're in a situation where you're consistently finding that, you know, you're struggling to find the cards you need to close out the game or to survive or deal with something, that's probably an indicator that your deck isn't built as well as it could be, and not that, you know, the other guy just got lucky that time.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. 1 game is luck. 10 games is skill. So that's why we have these sort of best of 3s and best of 5s, is because anything can happen in a best of 1. However, if it happens over and over again, there's clearly something else at play. And we're going to see ramp versus ramp here, which is quite an interesting matchup, but I've played against Droggear a lot in ramp versus ramp. I would definitely favour him to win this. I know you said Dreamer is quite a US player, but I'm not sure if he has the same amount of experience in this sort of matchup that Droggear has, just through sheer hours of play.
Yeah, and you can see Droggear there rocking the blue USA card back. That is probably, you know, in my opinion, one of the coolest card backs that we have in the game. The 50,000 units, US units played card back there.
He was the first person to hit the Britain one as well, wasn't he?
Yeah. Man, Dreamer getting so much value out of that number 1 commando in the support line, but discarding a B-17.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth what he discarded. Obviously, he didn't choose to discard it, but the trade went from a really good trade to a subpar trade. Really, you want your B-17s to die when you have rescue mission down.
Yeah. Do you know what
Go on.
Do you know what I really, really like about Droggear's deck here? Is bringing in that 4/4 Japanese guard unit, because it can't be hit by the Avenger.
That is true. It can dodge the Avenger. And it's also... sometimes draw is better than discard. I know the Tagasaki is more popular, and I would argue as well that it's a stronger card. However, there are definitely situations where I would much rather have the card draw over the discard.
Yeah. I wonder, would you have entertained playing air defense there?
It's certainly an option. It kills the commandos when the commandos try and trade. But it's also really good to keep just for proccing these Avengers and B-17s. He can drop the air defense next go, and if he kills the guard in the front line, the commandos in the front line and drops it, he knows he's going to get some really good value out of it.
That number 1 commando went 1 for 3. 3 for 1, I think.
In fact, he could Sendai the fighter and then play air defense, and he knows he's going to take out the bomber. But yeah, that commando's got a lot of value.
Yeah, often to go for the final bit of ramp there, disguising his countermeasure play there by not making it be the last thing that he plays. I really like that, actually, from Droggear. This Blackwatch could end up being a little bit problematic, hitting both of his Empire of the Suns, making them both cost 12 credits.
My bird is singing, 1 sec.
Hey, guys, everybody watching, we all got a special treat today. We didn't just get a good stream, we also got a bird. That's what I like.
I'm trying to reason with him. I'm telling him just to wait.
Having conversations with your birds. I like that. Strategic bombing coming out here, and air defense finding its target. Droggear making it work for him, taking out the Avenger with the air defense, and now a rescue mission being prompted from Dreamer, and it's going to give him 2 Corsairs, and both Corsairs, they're going to be able to trade really effectively with that death effect on them, destruction effect. So a huge pickup here for Dreamer that's really going to help him out in the later parts of the game, especially seeing as though he discarded a B-17 earlier on in the game.
I've explained the situation. He realizes he needs to be quiet for a bit. So hopefully it should all be clear. He looks pretty annoyed at me though. And it looks like Droggear is in a far better situation than Dreamer is. Especially, it looks like he's gained even more of a lead than when I was last looking.
Droggear?
Yeah, Droggear's got 2 Empire of the Sun in hand. He's in a really, really strong position.
Yeah, but at the same time, Dreamer did get 2 additional Corsairs, which I think still has a lot of potential of helping him out.
It's going to matter. I think these Empire of the Suns are just so huge for Droggear that I think it's going to be the
another rescue mission. Another rescue mission.
But these rescue missions, you really, really want to be hitting your B-17s. I'm not sure that Corsair is the card you really, really want from it.
Corsair is just so good at going 2 for 1, though.
But now he can drop a we can do it. This Corsair is only going to go 1 for 1.
Yeah, that's true. And he also didn't proc the rescue mission, so basically burning 4 credits from his opponent there as well.
The thing is with the Corsair, it offers a lot of value. I think there's no arguing about the absurd amount of value it offers you, but it is a lot slower than other options. It doesn't give you this instant value that other cards do. I think it's a great card, but I don't know if it's what you want your rescue mission to be proccing.
I think if you have enough of them and you get to use them appropriately, where you can kind of get the 2 for 1, they are worth it. But Droggear has played excellently around these additional Corsair units so far. He used the high altitude bombing when he had an empty board, so he dodged the destruction effect on that one. So he's been able to kind of find a way to deal with it pretty effectively. And now, just taking a 1 for 1, I think is good for Droggear.
Yeah, you can certainly play around them pretty darn well with that destruction effect. The fact that you know it's coming makes it a lot easier to play around compared to like the Avenger or the B-17 deployment effect, where it's more surprise. You can kind of manipulate the Corsair to make sure it's not a too bad trade. And I wonder if we're going to see an Empire of the Sun come out yet, or if he's going to continue to save them. Because you could potentially Empire of the Sun and still have a lot of credits left over for trading.
Yeah, I think what Droggear is probably looking at there is that he wants to be able to, trade with both of those units. However, now this is giving Dreamer a 2 for 1 trade with his Corsair, and takes out the entire frontline pressure there from Droggear. But I mean, he still does have that Corsair in the backline, being able to deal with pretty much anything that Dreamer throws his way.
Yeah, and you can't drop the B-17 to clear that due to the order of actions. It will kill it, and then it will die itself. Exactly.
I think the only real play that he has here is to play that Blackwatch. I don't see really, I don't see a whole lot else that he can do unless... Okay.
I like the P40 drop. So the P40 drop baits Droggear into trading and leaving his fighter on 3 health, at which point he can play carpet bombing and clear the fighter. So he's baiting, he's trying to bait Droggear, but Droggear is not falling for it.
Yeah, when you try and put bait in front of someone, trying to bait the most patient fish in the pond is not the best fishing strategy.
It is certainly not, and I think that's the second time we've seen one of these bait attempts not go through as planned. Oh, that was very lucky. 1 in 3 chance of it hitting that. Although this Avenger is just gonna clear it. And you could potentially Sendai the 4-3 if you're really scared, because then it will keep your Avenger alive.
I actually quite like that. Sendai the 4-3, play another War Machine and a few good men.
I think you play a few good men first, just to see what your option.
Agreed.
One of the cardinal rules of card games is to always draw before your other actions, and that way you know exactly what your options are. Oh, go on, take the flying forward, take the super.
Yes. I mean, he's got so many credits, and he's got, 4? He's got 5 additional credits sitting in his hand.
He took it.
He's got 5 additional credits sitting in his hand. I mean, he's going to have 17 credits next turn. So he's going to have enough to basically, if he takes the front line, play the Super Fortress and hit face.
Is this the first Super Fortress we've seen in an OCC? I think
Yes.
And I hope it's not the last.
Oh, what a bad roll there for Dreamer, getting the milk truck out of the...
Very unfortunate. I wonder if we see him carpet bomb, just try and get his unit back. But it doesn't do much for you. There's not much you can do here.
Also, that Cadet Nurse Corps coming pretty late into the game. He definitely wanted to see that a little bit earlier. I think he had some good opportunities to use that.
I wonder if we're going to see him drop the guard, protect the sender, and then maybe just ramp twice to help you get that Super Fortress down.
Yeah, double war bonds. He doesn't even care about holding the front line. Imagine if he was also running, 3 carrier covers or something.
Oh my days. It's interesting though, talking of carrier covers, that we see him bringing the 2-2 milk truck over the carrier covers, because I've always favoured carrier covers over them, but clearly he feels otherwise.
You know what? I think the milk truck and carrier cover can be, I think they do very different things, even though they have similar effects. Just the fact that you put a unit on board can kind of force your opponent and bait them into trading with it. So
it is worth noting it is only a 2-2 unit though. It's not the beefiest of course.
It absolutely isn't. But Droggear is running a few we can do it and some buffing the health abilities, so he might be able to get more value out of it than at first glance.
It's important to suit a deck and tailor it to your needs, and if he has more success with the milk truck than he does with the carrier cover, then I say full credit to him and do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's very important to not get too stuck on what most people are doing, and if something works for you, then run with it.
It's so fun watching the late game between 2 US ramp decks because you get such insane turns. We're seeing 17 credits against 21 credits. So much is happening.
Are we going to see the Super Fortress get air defense? Is that going to happen?
That would be amazing.
It's possible.
I mean, he might be setting it up. I mean, he can attack with the Blackwatch, proc the air defense, and play the rescue mission.
He certainly can do.
And I think,
we can trigger it.
Why, though?
I don't know.
I mean, obviously, he's not expecting a B-29. He doesn't know what we know.
Oh, go on. I think it's time. I think you got to drop it now, Droggear. Is he playing around the second Avenger? Because we've only seen one Avenger from Dreamer, right?
You said it yourself. Droggear is very, very patient. And even if you find the opportunity to drop some big cards like the B-17 or the B-29, he doesn't necessarily jump on it right away. And now the Pershing.
I've seen this man hold like 2 Avengers and 2 B-17s until he's out of cards in his deck, and he suddenly drops them all, and you highly regret playing yours earlier, and you just wish you'd saved them as well.
Just look at that turn there. He's playing the Avenger for 8 credits, and he still has enough left over if he wants to get the Pershing into the front line. Opting instead to just go for playing the Pershing. Okay.
Playing the Pershing but not moving it up, which I think is a fine play. Your HQ isn't particularly threatened right now. Or a high altitude bombing. He can double carpet bombing as well. And that leaves the Pershing on air defense range. But we might see him move the Pershing up and then drop the Super Fortress. Sorry, the delay confused me then. I thought, wait, what?
Oh, air defense. But that means there's no air defense for the B-29. So
certainly does, and I think I believe he's not running the Counter-Strike, because obviously Counter-Strike got buffed recently. I believe we've seen it had more play, but yeah, he's not running Counter-Strike, so he's got no more destroy countermeasures.
I mean, just look at the pressure now coming out of Droggear. Just so much that he can do within one turn. Oh, I swapped over a little bit too soon there. Playing, 3 fighters within the same turn.
How many cards are left in there? Okay, so Droggear's out, and I think Dreamer has about 2 cards left. So this is that patience I was talking about. He's holding the Super Fortress still. That he's got no cards in deck, and he's only just dropped it. And he can finish him off with the 0 next turn.
Yeah, bringing him down to 1 HP with the Super Fortress. Congratulations, everyone. You just got to see a Super Fortress, both from Sweden and in China in the OCC.
It's going to get hit by a very pixelated Avenger. It's not even going to bother.
No, I don't think it would have mattered. Like you said, the 0 would have finished it in the next turn. So excellent play there from Droggear, bringing us to a tied series 1-1.
Surely, though, you kill the Super Fortress just for good measure, just to try and get some revenge on the big bomber boy that just hit you in the face for 9.
Yeah.
I feel like even if it's not going to win you the game, you just try and fight back against that bomber a little bit.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, what an exciting game. It went very, very late game. I think...
Think about some of the things we've seen in the past few broadcasts. We've seen a Chaffee go into the front line. We've seen a Panzerzug. We've seen a B-29. We've seen Resistance. Like, what is happening, Bubbles?
Al 640 aggro is back.
Yeah.
It's here.
With that, we're ready to go into game number 3 between these two players. 1-1 is the current standing, and Droggear here bringing his Soviet deck that he lost with in the first game against the same US ramp deck brought by Dreamer in the last game.
It's the memes, dude. The memes are no longer dreams. They're becoming a reality. All these memey decks people are messing around with on ladder. It's sort of... a real thing though, where you get these sort of memey decks that are very silly, and then you give them to a really, really strong player and let them do their thing with it, and they can make it surprisingly consistent. I'm slightly surprised we're yet to see an autocannon deck in the OCC, just because I imagine you put that in the hands of like Blue Blast or J King, and I imagine they can give it a worryingly amount of high consistency.
Yeah, potentially. But then also, what I really look forward to, a lot of the time is to see how, the meta evolves around the evolving meta, so to speak, right? So if you have more people bringing that type of deck, what counters are we going to see emerge on the ladder for that type of deck? That's kind of what really intrigues me, because I think there's always going to be, that best deck out there. It takes time to find it. And then there's patches in between, and that shifts the ground a little bit. So I'm actually really happy with kind of the state we've seen KARDS in for these past 2 months, where we've been doing these monthly balance passes. I feel like we're still in a place where we see a large selection of different types of decks in these tournaments and on ladder.
I mean, just look at the decks we have today. There's some very, very weird decks. But they're good, and there's nations, as like you said, I think this is the most Italy and most France we've ever seen. I think that speaks volumes about just how varied the meta is right now. Although I'm disappointed that we've not seen a single resistance card play today, so far.
We'll see him. We'll see him later.
Yes. And I believe Spoos is a big lover of resistance.
Yeah?
Yeah, Spoos. He loves his resistance.
Well,
Just trying to... the Dreamer's got a very, very low-res monitor by the looks of things.
No, this is probably the connection. I mean, we are getting his signal all the way from China through likely a VPN. So,
and these hammers and this lend lease, a 9K lend lease, it goes from like pretty darn good value to it's 1 credit behind the cost of it and Empire of the Sun.
Yeah.
And it doesn't kill a unit, which is like a core part of what makes Empire of the Sun still good for 10 credits. So it's certainly rough getting Blackwatched on all these guys, and Dreamer can potentially get his Blackwatch to die using the rescue mission. If you proc rescue mission on your Blackwatch, it can be devastating.
Yeah. We saw that the other day, right? I think we saw someone proc rescue mission on their Blackwatch and actually ending up playing the same Blackwatch 3 times.
I know I got Blackwatched a lot. By the same Blackwatch, I remember that.
The carpet bomb here coming out from Dreamer.
It's quite a devastating carpet bomb. I'd love to hover over that and just see how much damage it did to the board, but it really swings it round. Obviously, Droggear still has many tools to win the game, but he just lost a big chunk of his tempo.
Yeah, and opting to just pass with 6 credits there, showing the patience.
I imagine he's saving the raiding brigade to try and hit a B-17 with it. As Soviets, you don't have that much air removal. Obviously, you can get the burning sky, but I'd be shocked if we saw that have play.
So I'm gonna mostly show Droggear's screen here, so we get the higher quality gameplay. But I will keep you updated on what's going on in the hand of Dreamer in between the rounds.
And the Americans are coming, and the British as well. Look at this. He's pushing up and putting Droggear on the back foot very early into the game.
Yeah. Dreamer starting to take control there. Let's see what he draws. A few good men sitting on a Corsair, sitting on a B-17, high altitude bombing.
He's got strategic bombing, and Droggear is forced to play within his support line. So he's going to do trades thinking he's safe, but he's far from safe. This, if he drops some mortar rifles, yeah, I'd be interested to see. I think if you're Dreamer here, you want to kill the mortar rifles, and then you can trade for your... Oh, actually, no, here's the high altitude, of course.
Yeah, just opting for the high altitude.
I think it's the right play. I'd completely forgotten it was even in his hand, to be 100% honest.
He drew another number 1 commando there last turn, so he's definitely able to deal with basically anything that Droggear throws at him here. I wonder if he's going to retreat the commando or the Corsair. Opting to go for the Corsair.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 4 potential damage currently in the front line. I'm curious if we're going to see this strategic bombing now, if it does come out.
Looks like it's going to be the B-17 coming out from Dreamer, as well as the attack.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what the B-17 hits. Both units are dying there. One dies to the B-17, one dies to the commando, and Droggear in a really scary position, and this Lend-Lease will cost him 9 out of his 11 credits. It won't save him.
I mean, he can't play it at the moment, really.
No, he doesn't have the space to. I wonder if we see him hammer these units in the front line, but these are such inefficient hammers, and
I mean, he can from the people one of them, hammer the other, and play the bomber.
He can do, but you think about saving from the people just to try and take out the B-17, because obviously it can hit air units, and if that B-17 doesn't die, you do.
Another milk truck coming there for Dreamer. Continue to watch it.
If we see Seaborn Invasion maybe, or maybe the Few Good Men, but opting just to put down the Corsair and ramp.
I quite like that. I mean, you have to look at Droggear's hand. I think, you know, he
take out the B-17.
He can take out the B-17 and live to tell the tale. Play 2 of those bombers, but he's still gonna take 4 damage next turn. And you know, there's he might even take lethal here. There's a Seaborn Invasion there for Dreamer, and he can get the Blitz unit.
I think the
he also has strategic bombing.
Was an exaggeration.
And there we go, Dreamer representing the Chinese community with pride and taking out Droggear, one of the top 4 from the last World Championship here in their first series.
I think Droggear definitely put up a really good fight. However, at the end of the day, Dreamer I think he played better. I think Droggear is patient, and if the games had all gone late game, I think Droggear would have taken it. But I think Dreamer just had enough pressure, and having the ability to properly apply pressure is part of what makes some players so strong. And I think Dreamer's ability to properly apply pressure is what won him that series.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that, and I think it was just extremely well played game there for Dreamer.
Yeah, I think he rocked it. I think especially that game 3, ramp, you can often be baited into playing really, really slowly, which obviously tends to be how ramp wants to play. But just identifying that, hey, if I move up all my units and just rush Droggear, I can kill him before he can recover.
Yeah.
And Droggear wasn't able to recover, which is well read by Dreamer, and congrats on the win.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at the bracket. I need to update the bracket. I'll update the bracket while we look at it. So if you take a look at the bracket here, Blue Blast was progressing because Zhang Yu did not make it to the tournament, so he keeps on going. Then
we have Diablo Zhang versus Hui Hui next.
Yes. And that's going to be to decide, who makes it on and faces Dreamer in the quarterfinals.
So are both these players Chinese?
Yes.
So we're seeing Diablo bring an Alpine deck as well. And then we see him bring a Brit Air deck, which we've seen earlier. And then there's also Soviet Control. I'm curious, Alpine might be a far bigger contender in the Chinese region, because we're seeing a lot of Alpine come out from China today.
Yeah, absolutely. I already updated the bracket. There we go. Absolutely.
And then Hui Hui's decks. He's bringing... I don't believe he's bringing Alpine. He has got a Germany aggro, or sort of Germany aggro control deck, but he's running Japan Ally. I think it's a lot closer to what we saw J-King bringing up against Tadai's Gain earlier today.
Yeah.
And then he also has a Japanese control deck, and I believe his third is US round.
Okay, interesting. So who do you think is going to take this one? I mean, Hui Hui made it all the way to second place last tournament. We were really impressed with him for that event. Do you think he's going to continue on proving his dominance here, or are we going to see another contender in Diablo Zhang coming out of China?
I'd certainly like to see a 2-1, whoever wins. I think Hui Hui definitely has experience on his side, and possibly confidence comes with that. But I do think for newer players as well, when you win game 1 as a newer player, you sort of get this urge to fight and to show yourself. I think if Diablo wins game 1, it could go 2-0, but I think if Hui Hui wins game 1, it will probably go 2-1 to Hui Hui.
Okay.
It's my prediction.
It's a very specific prediction. I like it.
It is. I'm going into the details. What about you? Who do you think is going to win the series?
Wait, I'm just setting everything up here real quick for the match. So for me, I loved watching Diablo play. In wait. Okay.
Oh yeah, you got to see him play. You have far better knowledge on him than I do.
Yeah, absolutely. I do need to make sure that we have everything correct in the overlay here real quick.
I think it's going to be game one. I think is going to be very, very important. Obviously, Diablo already has some of that momentum from winning his earlier season, or not earlier season, sorry, earlier game, the earlier best of three. But I do think momentum is going to be important in this best of three, and I'm curious what we're going to see them bring game one. I think it's safe to assume Hui Hui is probably going to bring German Italy.
Yeah.
But he set himself sort of as a ramp player last OCC, so I'm curious if we're just going to see him bring his US ramp out.
We might. We're in the game. I'm just getting the final touches of the overlay set up here so that we can see Diablo Zhang's beautiful face here. And then we need to get Dreamer here out of the way. And there we go. There we go. And we're in the game. Haha.
There we go. So yeah, Hui Hui opting with his the thing he's known for, the ramp, and then we're seeing Diablo bring out his Soviet control.
Yes.
Which I believe is Japan ally. And he's got things like Amphibious Assault and Blade of the Samurai and Emperor of the Sun, so he's got a lot of removal in his deck due to that Japan ally. He's also running critical hits, so I think he's going to have sufficient removal this game. I just wonder if he's going to have enough which can deal with things like the B-17s, because obviously Amphibious Assault can get to those.
Yeah.
I'm going to see Cuban Cossacks move up on turn 3, which I think is a scary opening. However, he can get this carpet bombing down next go from Hui Hui, which will really help him stabilize, especially with the honey. I think any early pressure Diablo has is going to be lost next turn.
Yeah.
Although that Chaika is very good at dealing with carpet bombing. Because you carpet bomb to clear, but then you still have a 3-2 which can apply more pressure.
All right, yeah, I mean, the carpet bomb would be huge here. I've now finally finished setting everything up, so we should be good to go.
I do like Diablo's picture, though. It's a very nice picture.
It is.
Nice. I'm going to pretend it's a cup of tea. I don't know what it is, but as far as I'm concerned, it's tea.
There we go. Just getting everything worked out.
Oh, we get hints of Diablo's desktop background. Look at
that. There we go. It's making it like surprisingly difficult for me because of the sizes of the images to actually get everything properly set up here.
And Hui Hui is on 10 credits, while Diablo's only on 7. He's playing ramps, so it's to be expected that he goes ahead on credits, but I wonder if he can just ramp so quickly that he gets to the late game well before Diablo does and can just leave him behind in the dust.
Could very well happen. There we go. Okay. Whee.
Obviously, draw is generally, as Soviets, draw is one of your main concerns. You often get really good value cards, but you get lackluster draw at best. Part of why Japan's such a good ally is because you can get these Emperors of the Sun to just completely refill your hand. But Diablo doesn't have an Emperor of the Sun, unless he just drew one.
Well, you can see it now. No.
He did not. So yeah, he's sort of got a real lack of draw in his hand. Whereas Hui Hui's been drawing and healing off the draw of the honey and just sort of giving himself as many options as he needs. And a long tom. I wonder if we're going to see the long tom come down, maybe the Corsair, maybe the carrier cover. There's quite a few options for Hui Hui, and this is, I think, one of the advantages Ramp has against the Soviets in the matchup is you're almost always just going to have more options. Obviously, Soviets have such high value in some of their cards that sometimes you just don't have an answer to things like a KV or something. But for the most part, you're going to have more options on what you want to do to get out of these scenarios.
I am loving the long tom. I think this is also the first time that we see a long tom in an Officer Club Championship.
Did he get it from the Few Good Men, I believe?
I think so, yeah.
Because he played a Few Good Men a couple turns back, so I assume that long tom's from that. And that he's not just
I mean,
bravely bringing a long tom.
that long tom could do work for him.
It certainly could do. I think the fact that the procs are random certainly hinders it, but it's sort of like an M8 howitzer every turn. And while the procs are random, it's still a lot of damage. It's sort of 5 damage per turn.
Yeah, I mean, finding the 0 plus the hammer to get rid of it. So
I think that
close.
had to be done. I think that was super, super important.
Yeah.
If he didn't kill that, it was just going to spiral out of control.
I mean, I think he loses the game if he doesn't get rid of it there. I mean, honestly, it's just...
Yeah, I think the amount of value it will give him. When you're Soviets versus US, one of the few things you have on your side is this high value you can get out of your cards. And if your opponent's getting such good value out of cards like a Long Tom, then you're on track to lose.
Absolutely. And I mean, just looking at his board, one more attack from that long tom could have potentially, completely decimated it. He's also running quite a bit of, high value infantry units that take time to get across the board, so.
I really like this trading here. He traded once, and it means if Diablo trades his 0 into the Isari, you can then play your strategic bombing and kill the 0 in the backline.
Yeah, another we can do it here as well, keeping him healthy, happy, and alive. Bonus points for anyone that knows what I'm referencing there.
Oh, look at these Cuban Cossacks. Not the card you want, but it does have beautiful artwork.
It does.
God, I love that card's artwork.
But I mean, at the same time, I wouldn't necessarily say it's not the card you want. I think being able to throw out 2 Cuban Cossacks and move them up into a front line within 1 turn as Soviets is pretty good.
It's certainly strong, but I think it's the kind of card you want when you have more of a presence already. I feel like he needs more presence than he has. And I feel like it's the kind of card ideally you get when you already have that presence and you just keep up pressure with it.
Yes.
Now, I think as long as he saves his Avenger, I think he's going to win this game, as far as Hui Hui is concerned. So long as he saves his Avenger for the Joseph Stalin. And he's going to bounce and go face.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if he moves his guard up as well.
I mean, I would expect so. If he opts to go face there, I would expect him to push up and take the front line as well. If he wants to take that line, of play, putting on the aggression now, I think that's the right move.
I wonder if we're going to see the Cubans dropped soon to clear out those Isaris in the front line, because you can drop both of them and clear. And obviously you've seen the strategic bombing come out, so you know he doesn't have one in hand. Carpet bombing is always a concern, but there becomes a point in your games where you kind of have to just pray. Like, okay, if they have a carpet bombing, I've lost. So I just have to play around them not having a carpet bombing, because it's either they don't have one and I might win, or they have one and I lose no matter what. And protecting his bomber with the guard.
Ooh, what is going to be discarded here from Hui Hui?
Corsair. That's an acceptable discard. Ideally, you lose your War Machine at this point in the game, but I think you're happy with losing a Corsair because it's so slow at this late stage. Really, if you drop a Corsair, you want to drop it a lot earlier and start trading with it, like the one he has on board already. And I'm curious what he's going to do to try and get out of this scenario. This bomber is going to cause some real serious issues for him. And he can't really drop his Joseph Stalin because this Corsair just pressures it so much.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you might be happy to see the Avenger come out because you finally can play your Stalin, but then you know that there's a Corsair there, so you can't play your Stalin.
Yeah, and due to this fighter protecting the backline, he can't even hit the bomber into from the people because the fighter's blocking it, which would
Yeah.
be your ideal move here. And he's just going face. He doesn't quite have lethal, but if he does one more point of damage, he can drop the first and hit face for 2, because obviously those guys can hit face. I think you drop the high altitude bombing here. Chances are you're going to get at least one of those Cubans dead, and then you can just lethal. But opting to drop the guard, I like protecting the bomber over protecting the fighter, because Soviets are more likely to drop a guard than they are to drop a fighter. So your bomber's high priority for you.
Yeah, it's also he can trade with the Cuban Cossacks into the bomber without taking any damage in return. That's not something he can do with the Corsair. The Corsair also 7 HP, meaning that he wouldn't even be able to do that unless he attacked with a bomber as well. So I really like that.
So there's a way he can get out of lethal here, but it's terrible. You have to play from the people on your own 2-3 to give yourself health, and then you have to trade with their unit. So I think you play Blade of the Samurai, you trade with the bomber, but then you have to from the people your own unit. And he's going to see it. He's going to see it.
I mean, Diablo Zhang is showing us here, a really big brain, high IQ play, keeping himself alive.
It's the kind of play that you can miss very easily, but it gives you just that small edge. I doubt it's going to be enough to save him, and he doesn't realize it, but Hui Hui actually has lethal. He's got the first from earlier.
Yeah. The 101st comes out, and the deployment effect is enough to take down Diablo Zhang. Hui, taking this first battle in this battle of our Chinese competitors here. Diablo Zhang got really close, almost made it to kind of some sort of comeback there, but in the end, the pressure from Hui just a little bit too much.
So what was my prediction for it? Was if Hui wins game 1, I said 2-1 Hui, was it?
Yes.
Yes, so I'm expecting Diablo to win the next, and then Hui to finish it off.
Okay.
And that's I'm gonna bet money on this.
Ooh.
I don't know who is gonna take my bet. I don't think there's cards gambling websites yet like there are for other games. But if there were, I'd bet like 50 pence.
So, I mean, looking at this, what we have here is it's Britain, Japan, Soviet Japan, and Germany, Italy from Diablo Zhang. So he has an Alpine deck in there.
He certainly does.
That he could bring out.
I wonder if we're going to see a German mirror match. Obviously, it's German-Japan against German-Italy, but they're pretty similar decks. They're both sort of tempo, try and take over the game quickly, These sort of decks that really like to take advantage of the Nashab.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean against what Hui is bringing, Japan, Britain, Germany, Japan, and USA, Britain. I mean, we saw him bring his USA deck there and win with it, so he's going to be bringing either Japan or Germany.
I'd like to see Japan, Britain come out. He is running the Petes, which I'm super excited to see. I really hope we get to see a Pete out. I think it's one of my favorite cards. And he is bringing Japan, and Diablo opting to bring his Soviet deck again. And I like the massive AoE you get with Toras, and then the things which buff their damage. I know it's pretty memey, and I know people don't take it too seriously, but I think it's got some serious contending. This sort of like buff up your orders, and then just use massive AoE, especially ones that hit face, like Desperate Measures and Tora. It can be really, really scary, and the damage can add up.
Yeah, and I mean we're already seeing a Tora and Desperate Measures in hand there from Hui. Meanwhile, I think Diablo Zhang is fine with just passing back and forth here the first few turns.
I think he's got a pretty good hand. The KV is certainly going to be a strong contender this game. But if you're Diablo Zhang, if you're Hui, once you get another buff up, your Desperate Measures will do 4 damage to everything on board with one more buff, which is bigger than a carpet bombing, and it also hits face for air blitz damage.
Oh, the 329th Engineers being discarded there. It's not what Diablo Zhang wanted to see happen.
It's not the worst though. I think getting rid of your KV would be the ultimate, you know, one you want to keep. I think Urals is probably your priority, and probably Hammer as well. But honestly, I think I'd be fine with losing the Engineers there. What do you think you would do in this position? Do you just Amphibious Assault it?
I don't know. I feel like that's pretty expensive to deal with that.
You can drop the bomber, which buffs up. I don't know how it's pronounced, and then you can drop your what's it called? Your Tora, and it'll do 2 damage to all, so it'll kill that guy in the front line. But I imagine he's waiting for more units to be on the board that he can AoE.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think you possibly just drop the KV because you've seen an Amphibious Assault come out already. You try to hope that he doesn't have 2 in hand, and you just drop it now.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's kind of the thing that irked me a little bit about the Amphibious Assault play, because
the KV, yeah.
Yeah, I mean the KV, and there's just so many things that Amphibious Assault can be so good against from the Soviet side that using it on an Albacore is just, I feel like, not the best you can do.
It's the kind of thing in the moment you're like, well, this is just high value, but then almost a couple turns, probably already, he regrets it, and you wish you'd held on to it. Now, I wonder if we're going to see Tagasaki into Ural at some point in the game. It doesn't necessarily have to be this go, but it's a pretty fun combo where you make them discard when you Ural it. And I like this when you, with the KV, these units that make you draw, you can drop your KV and then start trading. I think I had recon units the other day down, and the other guy had a KV, and he just kept killing my recon units and making me take more and more damage. And commandos.
Yeah, that's a night raid, all of a sudden coming out of nowhere there, seemingly in Hui Hui's deck. Really interested in seeing that.
I think it suits his deck archetype pretty well. He's got a lot of these orders, and it goes well with the 0k that buffs your next order by 1 damage, because that's when you're playing AoE, if you're playing like 2 or 3 orders to do your AoE, that's 2 or 3 commander procs. And the top deck Amphibious Assault, so I don't need to stress how lucky that is. Very, very fortunate for him. I don't think there's much better that he could have top decked for Hui Hui there.
Oh, I forgot to swap. People want to hear more of your voice, so I need to. I'm bumping you up in volume.
Well, that's better than wanting to hear less of my voice, so I'll take it.
All right.
Potentially, you drop the You can either drop one of the bombers and play bombing raid, or you can drop both of them and play desperate measures. But either way, that 0 has to die.
Looks like he's gonna red banner.
Gonna red banner it. That's brave. I believe 6k Japan. There's some bombers.
Ooh, Jade Division.
Ooh, okay.
That's not a bad drop for him at all.
It's certainly not. I believe there were some very, very bad cards he could have gotten. Obviously, he can bloody sickle critical it, or he can 0 critical it. He has a lot of answers to deal with it.
Diablo Zhang really does not want to Empire of the Sun that, though. That's going to draw him 9 cards. So
no, you do not.
That's going to be...
Sort of an interesting drawback to Empire of the Sun sometimes. Can it be, when they drop like a Pershing or something, and you're like, I actually don't want to kill this.
I think, I killed myself from fatigue once in a game that I clearly had lost by I think, Empire of the Sunning like a 16-16 unit. It was pretty good.
That's a lot of discard.
Yes.
So yeah, for Japan, 6k units, he had a 1 in 3 of getting Jade, a 1 in 3 of getting Tony, and a 1 in 3 in getting the P1Y Ginga, which is a 5/4 bomber. So I feel like it was a pretty high risk play. but clearly paid off at the time. And I wonder what draw Hui Hui might have to try and stay in. He's got the Emperor of the Sun, right? No.
What
I think... Go on.
What I'm curious about here is, what's Diablo Zhang's long-term plan here? What is he looking to do? Starting.
I think you try and suffocate Hui Hui. He's doing a pretty good job at suffocating him already.
Oh.
So the issue of playing this now is you might lose your Shiden. And you can also wait until there's more units on the board. The issue of not playing it now is it might get discarded by the Takasaki. Right now, if you play it, you have a 1 in 3 chance of losing your Shiden, and he didn't lose his Shiden.
Didn't lose Shiden, but lost the Desperate Measures.
It is better mathematically to play it now, because you have a 1 in 3 of losing the Shiden, but if you wait and they trade their Takasaki, you have a 50-50 chance of losing something core. And the full combo with the Ural.
Ooh, and the ISU in the front line as well.
OT-34.
OT.
ISU is the...
yeah. OT-34.
I must say, OT-34, I love that card. And opting to Shiden, I think he's hoping to get a second Shiden out of the Soul of Old Japan, because he knows that his Shiden's going to die here. I think we're going to see double guard come down and then just hit face. Or single guard, and that works as well.
Yeah, and the OT does double damage to the headquarters, so 8 face damage being taken there from Hui Hui.
And he's having some trouble dropping his Soul of Old Japan by the looks of things.
Unfortunately...
Not what he was looking for. If you were aggro, this would be beautiful. If you were playing an aggro, that would be like perfect. But this sort of control deck, it's not what you're looking for.
He has 1 turn to potentially find something to win him the game. Otherwise, we are going to game number 3. That OT is going to deal 8 damage to the headquarters, and it's going to put a ton of pressure on the...
Oh, do it.
I like it.
I like it as well. Do it. Oh.
Opting instead to pour out the pressure, playing the Shaika there as well, meaning that Diablo has to find, or Hui Hui has to find a way to deal with that Shaika.
He doesn't have it. That's only 4 damage to all. He's gonna...
And that's not going to be enough.
That's not going to be enough. That is GG.
And with that, we are all tied up in this Chinese grudge match between Hui Hui and Diablo Zhang. That was a pretty interesting game. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like there are some slight differences in just how these decks are constructed between the Western players and the Chinese players.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I see things in these sort of decks. The way they're paced out seems to be different. I'm not sure, I can't pin it down exactly, but there's definitely something about the pacing where it feels very different to the kind of Western decks, and I'm definitely going to go back and watch with the China games again, especially the ones they've brought Japan, like the most recent one, and see what I can learn from it and try and implement their pacing into my own deck building, because I think it's a mix of the way they build decks being different and also a mix of the way they play them being different. But their Japanese decks are definitely the thing which has interested me the most, because I love Japan.
Well, we are getting ready, and we are ready to head on into game number 3. So let's just jump on into game 3 between Diablo Zhang and Hui Hui. Who's going to be the one to advance into the semi-finals here, and who's going to leave us in the top 8? Will it be Diablo Zhang or Hui Hui?
I'm kind of siding towards it being Hui Hui, mainly because that means my prediction was right. That's the one thing swaying me here.
Well, in the end, we did get that German mirror matchup here.
Yes. and we're not seeing such an aggressive Alpine start. This is kind of the downside of Alpine when you get one Alpine unit and you just feel terrible about it.
Wow, that was a fast pick from Hui Hui.
I mean, you have to. The Nasher is so strong. Now that you've seen the Flampanzer, you've still got two choices. You can drop a Flampanzer of your own, or you can drop the Nasher and just delay.
Yeah, I like dropping the Flampanzer of your own there, because whenever somebody drops a Flampanzer against me, I'm fine if they use their entire next turn operating it for 3 damage. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's a pretty beefy boy, but he's got like the amphibious assault in hand and things. He's got a lot of answers to it to kill it if it's a threat. I wonder if he just he just kills the other.
And I think we're gonna see an amphibious assault coming right back at it.
Yeah, I think you drop the Amp, and then you probably drop the Nashib as well. He may use the Tac Strike instead, because Amp can be used on units in the front line. I think either way, it's on its last life. And opting not to kill it, I guess it's okay. Not really sure why he's dropping the guard over killing it. I feel like keeping as few units on the board as possible is a very strong decision, but we'll see if it works out.
Interesting. Taking the artillery there.
Yeah, I think the artillery is a really strong take. It applies a lot of pressure. I think the hand for Hui Hui is super scary right now. He's got this root out the enemy, which is just going to clear the board. He's got a lot of stuff which is going to be scary for Diablo. And I think if he roots out and then trades, you want to play your you want to trade first, I think, because otherwise your guy doesn't have enough damage to kill. And opting not to, he does risk letting these Alpine units snowball. But fortunately for him, he should get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, he still holds that amphibious assault as well, so he's able to deal with pretty much all of the stuff that's on board outside of that Panzer III.
And this Sky Barons being one of these high-risk cards to bring, it can definitely give you a lot of value. It can be one of the highest value cards in the game. But it also risks just being a dead card that sits in your hand and doesn't do anything.
Man, I actually really like this. Playing the Naship and then playing a massive turn right off the back of it.
Yeah, and he can, if he wants, he can tack the one in the front line and then trade. I'm not sure what he would do with the credits, but it's an option. I like the way he's playing it. I think it's the correct way to play. And he puts his guard on 3 health, which means essentially the most damage he can get in is 4 damage to face, which is really not what you want at this point in the game. And we're seeing Hui Hui just completely leaving him behind and just getting so much more value out of his cards.
And he's going to discard something, and he discards from the deep, not the Sky Barons.
Yes, I don't know if he was aware of that, but double Nashib.
That just means credits for
Nashib.
days. The root out is going to take out both of these enemies on board, and he pushes his Panther A up into the front line. And we know that the only thing Diablo Zhang has in his hand is a Sky Barons. That's not going to help him anytime soon.
And if he continues to hold this Arado, he's never going to get to play his Sky Barons. I wonder if we're going to see the Arado get dropped, but he could just hold it.
I see no reason why he would drop it. I mean,
just as an extra 1 point of damage, but I prefer holding it as well, just in case your board gets cleared. But no, he's going to opt for dropping it, although I don't think there's much Diablo can get, which is going to swing him the game. I think if he was playing a more control version of the sort of German deck, he might have like a Leopold he can swing it with or something, but with this variant he's running, I think there's nothing he can get.
I think you are absolutely correct, and he's starting to play some of his Alpine units, but I think Hui Hui is in a position where he can just not care about it. He just attacks face there, amphibious assaults. He can play his Arado and be absolutely fine with it because he's got that Bismarck in hand, meaning that he's able to deal 7 damage to face next turn if he wants to. So
yeah, there's nothing you can do about this.
Diablo Zhang would have to find some form of healing for his headquarters, and a lot of it if he was going to actually do something.
Yeah, I think his only hope here is to break the game, which isn't a very reliable strategy. We'll see if it works out.
I mean, he can almost survive it. You know, if the Bismarck wasn't in Hui Hui's hand, he could delay another turn.
I think though you're just you're delaying the inevitable at this point. I think it's only a matter of time until he finds lethal.
Oh, and the Leopold as well. Yeah, just giving him more options. Hui taking down Diablo Zhang in a really exciting best of 3 series here. Excellent play from both of these participants, and congratulations to Hui Hui.
Was spot on.
Spot on. That's absolutely true.
Very, very happy with that.
So tell me a little bit, what did you see in these games? What is it that impressed you or didn't impress you?
I really liked seeing the From the People on the 2-3. From, I believe that was Diablo that did that.
Yeah.
I know it's a very small play, but it's one of those things which a lot of people miss. And I find when you're coaching people and trying to help people progress, usually you try and let them do their own plays and you more just sit back and give useful little tips. But sometimes you point out a move and they'll say, I would have never thought of that, or something like this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of like part of what makes a high caliber player so terrifying is they see every single option on the board. And I think Diablo showed his ability to see options on the board that weaker players might not have seen. Obviously, Hui took the series, and big congrats to him, but I think Diablo impressed me as well. But both of them doing really, really solid plays and playing very, very smoothly.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the bracket now, how things stand. As we see here, the players qualified for the semifinals are JKing7, Blue Blast, Dreamer, and Hui Hui. We're going to be up next with JKing7 versus Blue Blast, and then following that, Dreamer versus Hui Hui. And then we're going to go into the third place match and finals. Yes.
We have North America and then China, like these 2 separate brackets.
Yeah.
Which I think is awesome to see, because that means we're definitely going to get an NA versus China final.
Ooh, I hadn't actually thought about that.
And I don't know if we've had an NA versus China OCC final before, have we?
I don't think so.
So yeah, I'm excited for that. Super excited to see these games coming up, and super excited to get to see Blue Blast playing his game instead of not getting to play his game. And I imagine he's excited as well.
Yeah, since the first OCC, things haven't been going as well as Blue would have hoped for during the OCCs. But I'm seeing some different strategies that he's bringing to the table this time around. So it's going to be.
He has qualified for every single one though.
Yes.
Along with, I believe, JKing has qualified for each one.
Yeah.
So I think these are the only 2 players that have got top 8 in every single one.
I think so as well. I think you are correct.
I'm super excited to see that game. I think it's going to be a real battle of the Titans to see who wins this game. I think, placements aside, I think just qualifying for the OCC top 8 or top 12 even is an achievement in its own. So
absolutely.
To everyone that's here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, qualifying, I did a slight push to try and grind the ladder, I think 1 month, and the highest I got before completely plateauing was around rank 100, so breaking through that top 100 into the top 50, from the top 50 into the top 25, from the top 25 into the top 12. I mean, these are gigantic milestones, and if you are one of the players that makes it to even top 12, top 25, even top 100, you are an excellent player and you can pat yourself on the back.
Yeah, I think it's definitely it speaks volumes in itself, just climbing ladder. It is one of those things where you not only need to have the skill to better do it, but you also need to have the mental fortitude to not get disheartened. Sometimes you will lose 3 games in a row and you'll lose like 2 hours of grinding. It can be really, really punishing. So the players that can consistently climb ladder well, they not only have good skill, but they also have really, really strong kind of mental barriers and not getting too fed up at the reverse of progress.
Absolutely. We are just going to jump to a quick break before we head on into the semi-final round here. The next match is going to be between J-King7 and Blue Blast, 2 of the only players to qualify for all Officer Club Championship tournaments so far. These are definitely kind of legends of the tournament scene, and this game is going to be amazing between the 2 of them. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. See you just after this. And we are back. Welcome back to this 5th Officer Club Championship. With me here, Innocent Bubbles. What do you think about the game so far?
Yeah, I think they've been really, really fun so far. We've seen some cool little fancy plays. We've seen some rolling of the dice, which is always fun to see. And quite a bit of Alpine. The Alpine takeover. You know, the Italians are coming for us, and I, for one, welcome the Italian overlords. Very excited for the Italian takeover.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's see if we're going to see some more Alpine here. I know at least one of these players does have an Italy deck, and that is Blue Blast. If we jump look over their nations real quick before going into this first game. Blue Blast bringing Japan, Germany, France, and USA, Italy. So both France and Italy found in Blue Blast's decks. J King bringing Germany, Japan, Soviet Japan, and Japan, Germany. So not dipping his toes into too many nations, building his decks.
Yeah, I know this. This USA Italy was sort of very on the fence, but I'm glad in the end the decision was to bring it and try and show off what it can do. I know he's had the last 2 OCCs he's partaken in. He was up against J twice, both which times Al640 showed up to try and kick his ass. One of the times it succeeded, one of the times he managed to hold his ground. In game 1, we've got Soviets versus Jagro. I'm surprised we've not seen a Jagro-Soviet match-off more often in round 1. It's sort of the standard you see over and over again. You see Japan versus Soviets in round 1, because people bring Jagro early on, people like to bring aggro in round 1 generally, and people like to bring their Soviets as a reactor to that to try and beat it.
They're playing so fast. I can barely keep up with swapping everything.
And we're seeing the Kagoshima come down, which is really powerful against Soviets. It means you can trade with these units, and you don't heal Jaking as a result. I believe this Akita, he's just moved up to the front line. I think it's a risky play, because I believe it can still hit face, even when the mortar rifles are on the board. It just doesn't do any damage to it. And I imagine Blue Blast is not too happy about that 0 coming out. I think it causes some issues for him. I wonder if we'll see the Tape-Eye move up, and then he can follow the Tape-Eye up with the Desperate Measures next go.
Yeah, the Taipei would definitely put the most amount of pressure on board. Other options would be to, play the 15th Cav and the Panzer 35, and then do some attacks, Sendaiing that 0 away.
Are we going to see a Blade of the Samurai on the Sendai, just getting the 0 back instantly? Because you might want to save your Blade of the Samurai for the Sendai, but obviously he's not aware of that. And yeah, just getting back to 0 as soon as. Now, if you're blue, you could potentially trade the Akita and try and get the proc to hit the 0, but that's a very small chance of doing it. And you don't want to play the Desperate Measures first, because you want the mortar rifles to be dead when you play Desperate Measures.
Yeah.
We might see double Panzer 35T and just start trading with those mortar rifles, trying to get them as low as you can. I wonder if we're going to see a Desperate Measures right now, or if he's going to save it. An advantage to saving it is you can try and bait Jaking into trading with the 0, but an advantage to playing it now...
And that's not where you wanted that proc to go, but he'll take it. I mean, if that proc hits the 0, I mean, that's as good as it gets for him. He can play Desperate Measures and clear the board.
You can Desperate Measures anyway now, though, because Jaking's traded with the 0. It's a risky play trading with the 0, but I think it's the right play. Now, the interesting question is, do you Desperate Measures and trade, or do you Rising Sun? I prefer the Desperate Measures to trade.
Yeah, I agree. Desperate Measures and trade all the way. He wants to really put pressure on Jaking, having to figure out a way to deal with that Type A regiment. And
Blade of the Samurai as well.
Yeah. Because that was a lot of pressure in the front line for Blue Blast.
And with the Rising Sun, it's even more pressure than you'd realize, because you get a lot of potential to get a Type 93, and then it goes from 6 damage to 8 damage, plus 2 on death. You can kind of get 10 damage very early on.
Yeah, and I mean, you know that Blue Blast is going to be running air blitzes. He's going to be running all sorts of different ways to reach across the battlefield and deal damage to your face. So you want to reserve as much HP total as you can at any given moment.
So I wonder if he's going to shoot in and hit face, but then it risks getting Empire the Sun. I know Blue's been playing around Empire of the Sun a lot lately, so I think you just move up your units and try and deny that Empire until you can get an 8 damage Shiden down.
No, I really like that. I mean, again, pouring on the pressure. We know what J King has in hand, but Blue Blast doesn't. So,
ooh, those guards are really quite strong.
Yeah, that was actually a huge pickup there. Finding the 61st.
Now, I don't know if he thought the mortar rifle. I assume he didn't think mortar rifles would stop face, but you kind of, when you have mortar rifles down, you want to let your opponent trade, because if you trade during your turn versus destruction effects, you take HQ damage still.
Yeah. And that Sendai just removing the guard from play, and now J King only on 8 HP against a player that has an Air Blitz in hand, 4 damage and destruction effects on board, and more up his sleeve, and a Shiden, right?
He does. He has a lot of damage. Those rifles, the guards, could cause a lot of issues. However, he could potentially have lethal next turn. If both of these Akitas hit face into the Air Blitz, even if there's a guard down, you don't really care. And he's just going to get his mortar rifles back. It's a pretty small Empire of the Sun, but honestly, those mortar rifles are so important for him right now. I think if you're blue, you probably drop the Shiden now. You probably drop a Shiden, hit the mortar rifles once, and then hit them again with one of your Akitas. Either it hits face, and then you threaten lethal next turn, or it hits the 0, and the 0's dead.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy. You're happy either way. You just attack face now. You have the Air Blitz, forcing him to have to heal.
He's thinking about trading, because if you trade, you have a 50% chance to kill the 0, and he's probably scared about getting OTK'd. And he's probably thinking, hey, I got the meter, I can just move that up next turn. But I think I prefer hitting face over trading. He's thinking about it. I assume that's what he's thinking about, because there are literally no other options to even consider.
That's true.
He might play Heroes of the Soviet Union, look for the 0-4 engineers so that he can try and heal up.
He's not finding it though.
He is not finding it, and he's going to take the 6th Airborne over the...
And he won't be able to actually...
And that's game.
He won't be able to do anything. Blue Blast with the Air Blitz in hand is going to be able to close this one out. And with that, Blue Blast takes the lead 1-0 in this series between J King 7 and Blue Blast.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of one of those matchups. I imagine Soviet players have a lot of practice against Jagro, and Jagro players have a lot of practice against Soviet control. It's sort of, it can go either way. Japan has some really good answers to Soviet, but Soviet, naturally, they bring guards, they bring healing, they bring all sorts of things, which are really quite good against Japan. But Japan can just get that early lead and take over, like we saw, and get you low enough to the point where they can kill you. I think getting the early Kagoshima is super, super important, and I think that's a big part of why a key part of why Blue was able... having a moment.
Are you fine? Can you count to 10 for me backwards? I just want to make sure you're not having a stroke.
I'm going. Too many words. Not enough air.
Well, if you need to go get air, then go breathe out the window for a little bit. If we're starting to influence your mental capacity so much you can't even form sentences anymore, Bubbles, I feel like I'm taking advantage of you.
I feel like the Kagoshima was a key part of why Blue was able to take over and win that game. So wow, there you go. That was it.
Yes, and I've seen the Kagoshima get played more and more and more recently. I hadn't seen it, paired with encirclement, for instance, before the recent patch, but now we're seeing that consistently. But let's check out game number 2. It's going to be Germany for Blue Blast versus Japan from J King 7. Who wins this one? Will J King 2-0 or will Blue Blast? Blue Blast 2-0.
His resistance deck.
Oh, this is
a pretty meh hand as hands go. This isn't really what you want, but it's Jagro versus German resistance, And I was talking to Blue before the tournament. He said if you're up against Jaguar with this deck, you lose every time. So I don't think he's too confident. And I imagine Jaking's probably looked through the nation list and probably knows exactly what Blue's bringing.
Oh yeah, I would expect so. Losing one of those air blitzes though, that's never something you want to see get discarded. Blue Blast.
That's really, really good for dealing with Jaguar.
Yeah, the double Flampanzer and the missing, all really good to deal with it.
And he's opting for the Rising Sun over the Encirclement. I think I like that play. Encirclement does hit face for free. However, he's probably saving the Encircle to try and hit the Mito. I think Blue's probably going to trade, and then he's probably going to drop the missing and try and hit the Mito.
Ooh, opting to take the front line instead. All right.
It's not the worst play.
Actually,
it has its risks with it, because like you can drop the Akita and trade. You can drop the Akita and drop the Panzer 35T and trade. Or you can drop the Akita, you can trade the Type 93 and move up the Akita. There's a lot of options that you have.
Yeah, I quite like that one because it's guaranteed to just reach across the battlefield and do 2 damage to face against someone that's bringing a nation that doesn't have a ton of healing. So, you know, Blue Blast knows that what he does is going to stick. So, or Jaking knows. Sorry.
I think Jaking's going to move up the bike regiment first. He really should do. If this Mito moves up and gets missing, that could be real bad. And I assume Jaking are going to be playing around it. He might just be playing around Careless Talks and the From the Deep, but I imagine we'll see him play around the missing first as well.
Man, you guys are so good at this game sometimes. It's like...
What, for playing around countermeasures?
Yes.
I hate to break it to you, Ollie, but...
No, but like just doing it so consistently, right? It's like I frequently either forget to take it into account or, you know, didn't look at the credits, and it's just like I'm always impressed with how consistent people can be at playing around these countermeasures.
Yeah, I think the amount of focus people are able to will up for these sort of tournaments is a big part of it. I see really good players making silly misplays on ladder, which is completely fine. But their ability to then focus and not make them anymore during tournament play, I think, is what sets them apart from the rest of us.
Yeah, and it's going to be a big turn here for J King, getting the encirclement on the Mito regiment and, yeah, putting in some damage.
Yeah, but there is the route out. Obviously, it won't kill everything, but it will do some work. He might also just drop the Panzer IV F2 and bounce something back a bit. I think I'd have preferred the Panzer play there, just because it reduces the same amount of... Actually, no, it doesn't reduce the same amount of damage. I'm wrong. Completely wrong.
The Enigma also getting a ton of value there. Oh, wow. Another encirclement. So now 6 damage in the front line there, and he gets to pretty much clear out the resistance from his hand.
Yeah, I think... So Blue's only healing in the deck, of course, is the what's it called? Liberation. If he gets another Liberation, it could be really quite bad. He needs to get this Leopold down. I wonder, we might see a bounce into a missing, and then obviously when you move it back up, it dies. But you're under a lot of pressure, especially with this.
There's 12 damage in the front line, theoretically.
There's air blitz in hand. I think you drop a Panzer IV and countermeasure over that. He might also play From the Deep and try and hit like a Comet if he's playing around the Comet instead.
But I mean...
Oh, wait, no. Panman, yeah. It would be a Shiden playing around, sorry.
Yeah, but it's so difficult for him to play around anything. I mean, yeah, he's trying to kind of limit what J King can do next turn by cutting out the draw, but J King has so much there in the front line, right? He just attacks, he air blitzes, and now the death effects on those 3 Mitos is enough to finish the game, unless Blue Blast can find another Liberation, which would be huge, by the way. If he gets a Liberation now and fills up J King's hand,
He's got a Leopold, so he can delay the game. He can Leo once and return everything to J King's hand, but then
He's got
he's still in a
4
lot of
Mito.
trouble. He's not dead next turn, so what he can do is he can trade with one of them and he can bounce the other, and he can try and delay, but really you're in a lot of trouble here.
That Reichsbank might actually come into play. Can he play it? No, he doesn't have enough credits to play it.
Not with the combo, no. So yeah, you have to retreat one of those, and you have to trade with one. Actually, he does have enough credits if he trades with the tank instead of the Leopold.
Yeah, you're correct.
And then you can play your Africa Corps, I believe they are, and try and get a second Leopold. And he's opting to go face. I think you play Africa Corps here though, to try and get the second Leo.
To be honest, like I would have wanted to see him play the Reichsbank there, trade with the tank, play the Reichsbank, and then look for a huge 17 credit turn next turn.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but he's in a lot of trouble either way. You have to get a Leopold from that.
Yeah.
And let's see, can he get the Leopold from Africa Corps? This is a big part of what it's going to come down to. And, he's thinking, is there any other way I can get out of this? There's not. That's your only solution. And if you can get a Leopold, I think then he wins. Oh, no.
He did get the Panzerzug, though.
Go on, take the Panzerzug. You may as well meme on us now. Because I think if you get a Leopold, you play the Leo, you bounce everything, and then... you cannot quite lethal him the next go, even with that. Because you need to be able to hit face with your Leo and then drop the Comet, but it's you'd be 2 credits with lethal.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one, right?
Yeah, and I think it's GG.
Yeah, but wow, that was a close one. Look at JK's reaction here. When he sees that he had that comment in hand, he just realizes how close this game actually was. But what an amazing game. That was an exciting one, Bubbles.
It certainly was. I think the fact that a lot of it came down to that Africa Corps, it was a super, super close game. And I think the Japan game was also fairly close. These are 2 close games we've had. And I think Game 3 is going to be an absolute banger of a game. I'd be excited to see Blue's L640 deck come out, but I'd also be super, super excited to see him bring that Resistance deck again.
Yeah, Resistance not really doing its job that time around, right? And I think that's one of the problems, with Resistance is like when it does its job, it can be so overwhelming, but when it doesn't, you almost don't feel it, right?
Yeah, I think really you want to hit control. He might have been planning around Blue bringing the Soviet deck again, but the fact that he got up against Jagro really, really did not pay off for him. It's sort of this high risk, high reward. You either get a splendid matchup where you're just going to absolutely destroy them and counter them, or you get a terrible matchup and you're going to be on the back foot the whole game. He got 2 Flampanzers in a starting hand, which is almost perfect for Blue when playing against Jagro, and still it was an uphill struggle.
Yeah, and I think, now Blue knows that J-King can't bring the Jagro deck again, so I kind of think it makes sense for him to bring the Resistance deck one more time if he thinks that that's going to do well against the Soviet deck from J-King.
J-King still has another deck he can bring, though. So J-King can bring his...
Japan, Germany, Japan, Japan,
which is another sort of aggro deck, and I think will not end well for Blue's Resistance, to be honest. I think if you're Blue, you should bring your L640 deck.
Yeah, and J-King is probably aware of that as well, so...
Yeah, I imagine so. I'm certainly interested to see what they're going to bring. I think I have no idea who's going to win it until we see what decks they bring. And when they bring what decks they bring, I still don't really know who's going to win it. I think it's definitely anyone could take it, and I genuinely don't know who's going to win this.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I feel like I feel like we're seeing something different from both of these players that we haven't seen from them before, in the OCC at least. They're bringing kind of slightly different playstyles, different cards in their decks, different combination of nations than they have before. So it's anyone's game, really.
I think part of what we're seeing is more aggro than we used to. And we're going to see a Germany mirror match. Blue bringing the resistance again. Obviously, while the main nation is mirrored, the actual decks are very, very different.
Oh, yeah. And now Blue Blast is starting with a little bit better of a resistance starting hand there, having 2 resistance cards in hand that are able to kind of do something early on in the game.
Yeah, but I think this start from J King as well is super scary. You've got a 1-drop, a 2-drop, and then a 3-drop. You've got kind of perfect free turn.
Can you tell me a more scary start to any game than 15th Cavalry into Panzer 35T?
I think Flampanzer is potentially the 3-drop, which could be scarier depending on the 1-drop if you have 1-drops. But I think for the most part there's nothing scarier than 15th Cavalry into Panzer 35T. I think it's one of the scariest openings. And I'm curious what we're going to see Blue do to try and get out of it. I think he might try and fill up J King's hand resistance, and then he can do the what's it called, the sabotage.
But at the same time, like, I don't know. I feel like J King has so much space in his hand that.
Really, if you're Blue though, you are only 2 removals in hand: a sabotage and root out the enemy. And neither of those are great, to be honest. They're both somewhat subpar. We might just see him, play from the deep to try and stop J King getting out of control, but I don't think it's going to do much. It's just going to hit a Naship, which is a good hit, but in this matchup, it's not that important.
I mean, I could see J King really easily play the Arado here, or not play anything at all, just playing around it.
And I think we're probably going to see Root Out come out. Although he's opting to do that, and then I imagine he's going to sabotage the 1-3 in the back line. Now it's interesting he didn't move it up, so he was playing around the missing. But I think playing around the missing ended up to not working out for him.
Yeah, I think so as well.
I think if you're playing around missing, you should have dropped your Aradu so that you can move it up next turn to bait it out.
Yeah, I agree, and he continues to play around missing here, and mills one of his encirclements. That could come back and bite him in the ass.
It certainly could do. I think it's.
I mean, Blue Blast has now repped missing 2 turns in a row. I mean, J King did do well getting rid of those 2 resistance cards, so sabotage can't be used. It's actually.
I think he should drop the Flampanzer, to be honest, because then you still have 2 credits and you're still acting like you've got a missing.
Yeah, and I mean, you just want some presence on the board. I mean, Blue Blast is down to 10 HP. That's not a lot of HP.
It is certainly not, and most of this has been done by this Panzer 35T.
Yeah, I mean, one hit from the 15th Cav, and now he's going to Sendai that away. And
Sendai dies.
I mean, surely you have to, like, when the Sendai dies, you know that it's not a missing, and then you move it up. Yeah.
You start rushing. However, so what Blue can do is he can hit with the Flam, and then he can play the root out the enemy, and he's only going to take 1 damage next turn, unless J King gets an encirclement, at which point he takes 4 damage, which puts him in air blitz range.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, J King, he milled one of his encirclements, so he only has 1 left in the deck. So if that's going to be the thing that either wins or loses him the game, it's going to be difficult for him to find, especially now that Blue Blast is sitting on a Liberation, for instance, and can start filling up the hand and starting to deny him some draws.
So your two options are to play Liberation, or you can try and find some Resistance cards, and you can fill his hand. He's trying to find the Resistance cards, so he's going to go and bounce his thing to take less damage. I think I would have preferred the Liberation, just because it makes you a lot safer and denies draw, but I think the Panzer is a fine play as well.
Yeah, and I mean, J King pretty unlucky here with the state of his hand at the moment, not really finding anything to deal anything significant or do anything significant that turn. Left over with 4 credits, you know.
And it may look good considering he's got 2 Empire of the Suns, but actually he's not going to be able to get those off in turn 10. Because if his hand is full of resistance cards, he has to spend credits getting rid of the resistance cards so that he can play the Empire of the Sun without overdrawing too many cards. But if you do that, you suddenly don't have enough credits left over to play Empire of the Sun. So they're not going to get to see action as early as you'd like if you're J King here. Or at least if they do, you're going to overdraw a lot of cards.
He's J King. He's gonna Admiral Hipper his own Arado. Yeah, he was looking for the Bismarck. J King.
No, it's not lethal. He's got the Liberation. Blue's going to heal himself up.
Is he? Is he?
If he doesn't, then he's well, I shan't say.
Do you feel like you need to liberate in this situation? I mean, J King.
You're dead to a double air blitz as well, and you've just seen him play double Arado. I think you have to heal. I think if you don't heal, you've got to come.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's true.
And that gives him a nice chunk of health, but obviously he can still very quickly lose this game. It's far from over.
Yeah, and I mean, J King, he just starts chipping away, gets rid of all the resistance, not giving Blue Blast any chance to finding any value with that sabotage. He's already so far along in killing Blue Blast that he doesn't really have to worry about that mill too much.
Yeah, I mean, he can. So when he plays sabotage, not sabotage here, when he plays the the resistance, it's not going to do anything. You have to play both of them for it to give you value, but then you have no credits left over to do anything. I think you have to trade with the guy in the front line, and then you have to move up and trade with the fighter as well. And then you can see what you want to do from there. Possibly just play like missing or something, just in case your guy from the front line gets blitzed or gets bounced. Oh no.
I mean, it does fill up J King's hand.
It does, however, it gives J King lethal over 2 goes. So J King can hit face for 2, and then Blue has the Leopold next go. If Blue doesn't Leopold next go, then J King has lethal. But even if he does Leopold, this means J King and Arado again, and probably find lethal through the Arado. We'll see. I believe he's got 6 cards in hand, so 1 card from J King is going to get destroyed. I believe it will be one of the 2 units in the front line, if my understanding is correct. But he has to drop the Leopold here, or he is dead. That's
if he plays the Leopold. It looks like he was thinking about potentially playing the Viva la Resistance, giving J King 2 resistance cards, but J King playing perfectly around resistance there. He discarded 3 of the cards so that without another liberation, he can't fill his hand.
There's only one other way of getting out of this without Leopolding, and you have to sabotage either the Recon or the Aradu, and then you have to kill all the units on the board. Because you can trade with 2, and the Arado was lost.
Oh, that's not what J King wanted to see.
That is really, really bad. And like I said, these Emperor of the Suns, usually this is when you drop an Emperor of the Sun and you feel fine. But he's going to overdraw so much if he drops an Emperor of the Sun. This is huge for Blue. Panzer 3H is good. Just trying to see what he lost. An Aradu.
A Whirlwind.
And was that it? That might have been it.
He lost one more. He lost the Panzer. Yeah, Panzer 3H, Arado, and Wirbelwind.
Now he could potentially find lethal over 2 goes from Jaking's part, but I think if you're blue, you move both units up and you hit face for 10 and you start pressuring lethal.
I think so as well.
I think you kind of have to. He can get away with playing the Enigma first, but I don't know what he can find which he thinks is going to help him, to be honest.
He's not able to attack with both tanks if he plays the Enigma first, though, so...
Yeah. I like hitting with both tanks, to be 100% honest. And you can even sabotage if you want to, just to stop that 1-2 recon. But I think you hold the sabotage to try and finish off lethal with it if Jakin kills one of your tanks. I think moving up and hitting face is the correct play. But based on the information we have, and not necessarily on the information Blue has.
Yes.
Which is one of the difficulties. And he's gonna kill that.
Oh, and it discards the autocannon!
Oh, that's really bad. He's gonna try and find a nuke with the Panzer III, and he can clear the front line, which is really quite nice for him. But I think he's in a lot of trouble. Now, Blue needs to stop that Panzer IIIH rushing him, because Panzer IIIH into the front line into Bismarck is lethal.
Any damage...
He's got missing, so it depends if Jaking... Oh, Blue's disappeared. It depends if Jaking plays around to missing or not. Jaking might get excited and just move his tank up on his go, and then you miss out on lethal. But we'll see what happens.
Blue can bounce something. He found the resistance.
So you can fill Jaking's hand and then bounce something. The only drawback is you then don't have enough cards to play missing. So you have to say, do I want to bounce the Panzer or do I want to bounce the Gerbs and play around the encirclement? I think you should bounce the Panzer. Obviously, he might not know that because he doesn't have all the info we have.
Yeah, and I mean, he should have noticed that Jaking lost one of his encirclements earlier, I believe.
And he might just opt for bouncing and then playing the missing. I don't know if I agree with it as a play, but he looked like he was considering it.
He popped back into reality to deliver his play there.
And he's got 10 seconds. He's running low on time.
He has to bounce the Panzer.
Yeah, and then play the missing and pass down.
All right, I think King should be good enough to be able to play around missing.
Does he get in? Well, he can't move the Panzer up this go, but this Panzer IIIH can find him a lot of solutions. Such as the whirlwind. That's really big.
Now he needs to play. Move something up, then do the whirlwind. Yep, there we go.
And now he threatens lethal. Have we seen, how many liberations have we seen come out from Blue this game?
Just one. So Blue has that one out. If he draws the liberation, he might be able to heal. He also
free as well to try and find it.
He has the Enigma, right?
Yes, he can Enigma, but
he can play Reichsbank. He can play Viva la Resistance. He can he doesn't have enough credits for that. He can only Enigma, yeah.
So Enigma draws you, what, I think 3 cards, so it will draw you just as many as the Panzer H. Or like give you just as many options as the Panzer H. But it's gonna be a close one.
What an intense game.
Oh, he might get lethal. If he gets another sabotage, he is lethal. So I think he should play the Panzer.
Panzer 3.
Sabotage, and that's lethal.
If that's how this game ends, Bubbles, I think I just need to go home.
The clock. He's not doing it.
7 damage. No. That's not enough. That's not enough.
Oh no.
And Jaking's ready.
Oh, that was very close, and Blue knew it was coming. Oh my god, what a close game.
What an intense series.
What can be said about that? That was.
You know what? You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say I dreaded the moment we would see Resistance in OCC. Right? I was like, oh, that's gonna be terrible. But I think J King. I think J King just showed how a high level player plays around that. I like the way, the way he found the presence of mind to discard the right amount of cards, to do it in a way that he was efficient with his credits, that he could, put blue in difficult situations where he needs to make weird decisions around how to do the resistance play. I think it was just, I've never seen that because we haven't seen Resistance in tournaments. So the only experience I have playing against it or around it is my own experience, right? So I am extremely impressed with the way J King played around Resistance there.
Yeah, I think that was hopefully a good example of how to properly play around Resistance. I do think a lot of the issues people have with playing against it isn't based on the mechanic, but their ability to understand how to properly deal with it and overcome its issues that it tries to present for you. It's very exploitable. You have a lot of opportunities to exploit Resistance and try and beat it. And J King knows how to do that, and I hope that people can watch how he did it and try and take it home and replicate that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, man, that was crazy. I'm still just a little bit taken aback. But I mean, with that, J King is the one that moves on into the finals. So he's going to be the one taking on either Hui Hui or Dreamer, and that's going to be decided in our next match. And yeah, J King playing really, really well today.
Yeah, and I would like to see J King take an OCC. We've seen him take lots of seasons. I'd like to see him take an OCC. I think it would be quite nice to see, and I think he deserves it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm going to set up the next match screen so we can take a quick break before we head on into the next match. But in the matchup between Dreamer and Hui Hui, what do you think we're going to see?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to expect, but I mean, Hui Hui definitely has experience on his hand, like we spoke about earlier. But I think at this stage into the tournament, I think that becomes less important. I think it's much more important in the early rounds. I think I'm tempted to say Dreamer's going to take it simply based on a hunch. It is not based on any calculations or any trying to work things out. I just have this hunch that Dreamer's going to take the series.
Well, all right. We'll see what happens when we come back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. In fact, call your friends and tell them to meet you. Well, not meet you. We're in COVID. Tell them to meet you online and watch the rest of the OCC with us. We're about to head on into the second semifinals, and then we got the finals and the third place match coming for you. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are back. Welcome back. We're about to head on into the game between Dreamer versus Hui Hui. First, I just need to make sure we have the gameplay and everything correctly set up. So we are just working on that. Getting the gameplay all the way from China is a daunting task, but one we are absolutely happy to do for you guys.
I believe we were doing it by mail when the OCC started. They would mail you pictures of how it ran. So we've advanced a lot since the OCC began.
If we were doing that, I would be pretty impressed if we actually managed to do that.
Do it all by mail. We should try that. The mail cards tournament.
That would be great.
Mail as in letters, not as in men only.
Thank you for making sure that everybody got that correctly, Bubbles. We do not want to upset anyone.
Just as a disclaimer before anyone gets the wrong idea.
All right, we are good. I hope we get some as good games this series. This Chinese grudge match between the top two Chinese players here, Hui Hui and Dreamer, as we did get between J King and Blue Blast. I think,
Predictions for the series. You know, 2-1, 2-0. Who do you think?
I'm really torn. I honestly have no clue. I feel like Dreamer is a little bit less experienced, but I don't know how much that is going to matter. So I'm going to say this is a 2-1 series, but I think Hui Hui has the edge in the end.
Yeah, you're saying 2-1 Hui Hui?
Yeah.
I'm going to say 2-1 to Dreamer, just to throw a wrench in it, and, we can have a little competition to see who wins the series. And Hui bringing his a ramp deck, I believe, and Dreamer bringing his sort of Japan AoE commandos. It's a bit of a weird deck, but I like it.
I love it. I think it's so weird, but I love it.
Are you going to be trying this now on ladder? Is this the next step in the Ollie commandos?
So, I have whittled down the commando package to a nice little ally package that you can bring with you. The pioneers being missing is a little bit, boring, but commandos can work with a wide variety of nations.
Every nation. You do it with every nation, I assume. Is there any nation you won't touch with commandos? Any nation you're like, that's going too far now?
Soviets are kind of probably the most difficult one I've found so far.
No, the Pete. Ah. We even saw the Pete come down and it dies.
You missed it. You only just saw it for a second before it got killed.
I know, it dropped and then it instantly got killed. It just shows the power level of the Pete if it gets that much priority.
I love the Pete.
It's such a fun card.
Oh, another 101st.
Oh, those commandos, I think the commandos are going to die.
This has absolutely been the theme for Hui Hui's deck. I feel like his commandos have never survived.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of the downsides of having them as an ally nation is you can't take advantage of Cup of Tea just so well. Obviously, you can still run Cup of Tea, but do you really want Cup of Tea with Brit, your ally? It's like, it's not very good, in my opinion.
No, there are better unit buff spells that come with it. Like we just saw now, we can do it.
We can do it's a really good one, and we can do it combo so well with the honey because it buffs up your honey's defense, draws you a card which heals you, but then also heals you in itself. It's like a really strong combo. What
do you think about that Avenger play there?
It's gonna die.
And it only got what, an albacore?
Wait, it didn't die. My maths clearly my maths was off, and so was Dreamer's, because
Yeah.
he seemed slightly confused there as well. We both kind of stared at it, thinking, "What?" But the cadet nurse corps, look at that! Oh my days! Those grenadier guards went from from being a 5-1 to being a 6-8.
Yeah, that's something I noticed in the previous games that he played when he was bringing this deck. Is he actually he had a couple of situations where he had a Black Watch that was at 2 HP. He had a couple of other units that were at 2 HP. So I think this is built on trial and error here from Dreamer. He probably has a ton of experience where running that cadet nurse corps with this deck, you're going to end up with half HP units a lot of the time, and he's using that to great effect.
Especially when people try and AoE you, and it's a common solution for guards is to get them all slightly low and then to just use an AoE board wipe and just kill all of them at once. And then you can very suddenly go from having loads of guards to having no guards and your face is getting hit. But when they try and spread out that damage evenly and you just drop the what are they called? Nurse Cadet Corps.
Nurse Cadet Corps, yeah.
Awesome. I'm making normal words into tongue twisters today.
Oh, massive draw there for Hui Hui.
Yeah, it's certainly a good way of dealing with those. However, I feel like if you use them all on the Grenadier Guards and then like these Avengers and things come down, or the Pershing which you've got on the left side, it can be scary.
Yeah, I think slowly but surely we're seeing Dreamer starting to take over here. The Black Watch is going to be coming out. That's going to hit a bunch of orders in the hands of Hui Hui. I mean, just look at how many orders he has there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's got 6 orders. So if
yeah, and especially these low-cost orders where you want to chain load to them all in one turn. It's pretty scary. I'd be interested if we're going to see him drop the last rites this go, and then maybe just try and start lethaling. But going for the fortification instead. I assume that's just for the commando proc, and he's not that fussed about his face getting hit. I don't think he feels threatened right now, to be honest.
No, I don't think so either. And yep, that's the Black Watch coming out. And it's going to do a ton of work, as we see on the hand here for Hui Hui.
Oh, that carpet bombing, though, that could be really big. He can do 4 damage to everything. Or he could also drop double of the bombers, how they're pronounced, and then he can drop the...
The commando proc went directly where he wanted it to.
No, it's super scary. There's this big AoE with the damage buff. I've been experimenting with it as well lately, and surprising amount of success and consistency, where you have like kind of 2k orders that are suddenly doing 4 damage to everything and hitting face for 4, which is the amount an air blitz hits face for. It's quite terrifying.
Yeah.
Like, I think this go is going to be a real scary one.
Wait. Oh, no, yeah, he's got the Grenadier Guards. Yeah, I was wondering if the Shiden could come out this turn. Oh, to the last man.
I think maybe you play the AoE nuke. Just get it down when you can. Because it costs 4 credits, you want to play it down. Oh, I like the last rites as well. I know last rites used to be a combo piece where you would OTK someone, like in the last world, in the last worlds and stuff. But I think I like it more as just a way of ticking away at someone's HQ these days. It doesn't have to kill someone on its own. It can just give you that little bit of extra nuke.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, the OTK style of doing it wasn't really viable anymore after removing, elites from ally nations. So.
Also, when the what's it called, Imperial Decree was only next door instead of all orders, that really put a nail in the coffin. But yeah, the elites for ally nations definitely made it a lot more difficult. Like when that was removed.
To the last man here, finding a ton of value, and Dreamer probably regretting having played, the Seaborn Invasion there into the To the Last Man. But he's got that Pershing in hand. He could theoretically play that out, push it up, and do 8 damage to face if he wanted to. But also just finding super valuable cards here, getting the P40 out on an empty board, continuing on with his ramp. I'm quite favoring Dreamer here, even though Hui Hui seems to have found a decent way to stabilize.
Yeah, I think dropping the Pershing right now, though, is a pretty high-risk play, because there's so much removal in Japan. You could get, like, Blade of the Samurai or something like that, and then your Pershing, which is one of your win cons at this point, is just out the game. You want to go super late game, or your only real option for ramp now is to go super late game and just try and outlast them, which is difficult at best. And there's that Pershing.
Wonder what he's going to do with it, though.
Possibly you could rescue mission. You could just rescue mission and move it up.
Yeah, I quite like that, actually.
And then next go, you can play high altitude bombing, clear both the guards, and hit face.
The only thing is, if you move up the Pershing and then don't do anything else, I feel like that's a little bit suspicious. I would expect a high caliber player like Dreamer to play around that.
It is, but it's almost worth doing. Like, okay, you know that if you kill my Pershing, I'm going to get another one. So what, are you going to not kill my Pershing and just let me keep my Pershing alive? That's sort of not a viable option.
You know what I just realized? The Last Rites plus Commandos is an insane combo.
Have you not done that before? I would have assumed you'd done that like a million times.
I had not.
Dude, you're missing out. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. So I think maybe...
Oh, and he got another one!
He has no way of lethaling that because of that Pershing in the front line. He has to... next go has to drop the bomber, which buffs the damage to all, and then he has to play the Tora and try and kill it.
Yeah, the rescue mission might come in and save him, though, but there's a ton of AoE there for Hui Hui to potentially deal with that.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh!
That's really big.
That's huge. That's huge.
He might better chain lethal off of that.
2 damage all around. Rescue mission.
Oh, that's really smart. He played the Tora first, so the rescue mission doesn't hit the Pershing and hits one of the low health units, guaranteed.
And he gets to keep his commando alive, which I think is excellent from him.
That play he just did, I think that was game winning. I think he just did a game winning play where he played the Tora first instead of the Empire. My instinct was just to get the Empire down as soon as you can and just kill everything. But then you risk Pershing being the card that gets rescue missioned and then you lose the game. I think he just won himself the game with that play.
Yeah, I mean, he has Shiden, he can attack face, and then he has a Kamikaze card, right?
Yeah, Kamikaze's only 1 damage though. But he can Shiden twice. He can Shiden and hit face twice, and Shiden finishes him off. He's probably playing around like Counter-Strike or something, and worried about playing a Shiden dying, and then just getting 1 shot from the support line.
Yeah.
A risk here is getting 1 shot by the strategic planning. Strategic planning, and then suddenly you have 8/8s on the back line, and you can just hit face and lethal.
It's an excellent point.
I assume he was playing around Counter-Strike and strategic planning. That would make the most sense. And that should be lethal. There you go.
There we go. The Shiden coming out and closing out that game.
I think Dreamer played that unbelievably well. Super, super impressed. Just the presence of mind to not rush into going face when you have the options. And to clear things, and also the Tora instead of playing the Emperor of the Sun first. That's a that was a misplay that I would have done just there. I saw myself doing it, but he saw it ahead of time and played around it, and I think he won himself the game on the back of that little play. I think he massively deserves to win that game. He played really, really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought that was a great play from him, and it wasn't something. It wasn't something like you say that was immediately obvious to play it in that order.
Yeah, it was a super smart play.
Yeah. Well, we're getting ready to go into the next game here. I'll give the players the green light. And we are ready. Yep, that's loading in now. It is currently 1-0 for Hui against Dreamer there. Heading on into game number 2. And there we go. It is... it's going to be Germany against US.
Yes, USA ramp versus, I believe, Germany control.
Yes, I believe so.
Hui on the US ramp and Dreamer on German control for those at home.
No, other way around.
Is it?
Yes.
You are right. Oh my days. That surprised me because Hui's the ramp guy.
No, Dreamer also told me before the tournament that he likes to play a lot of US and.
Well, there you go. Dreamer on the USA, Hui on the German control. My bad.
So the way I know this is that Hui's name is shorter. It's only 3 characters, and then Dreamer's name is longer. So that's how I.
Oh, okay.
So I identify, since I don't speak fluent Mandarin, you know.
I've just been trying to work it out based on whose screen is what size. Because they have different size screens. One of them it fills up.
Yeah.
It's been my genius way of deciphering who the hell is who.
So here we have a situation where that P40 is out, and it's out pretty much on curve. And I still believe that the P40 being played on curve is one of the most powerful cards in the game. I
think it's super scary. Obviously, it's at risk of dying from that free to autocannon. But you could play rescue mission. If you're really feeling it, you can just drop the rescue mission, and when your P40 dies, you get another 2 of them.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it. Like, the autocannon is out. Cool, right? Do you want to use it to play a bunch of units? You can't, really. Because they're all going to have 3 operation costs, right?
Although he's opting just for tanking the op cost and just getting as much face damage down as he can. And it's really scary. He's put him down to 11 health already. He could potentially just nuke him and kill him through face damage.
I mean, absolutely. Hui is sitting on a Bismarck. He might be sitting on some other form of burn damage. So
I think it's safe to assume he's got at least like way more than 11 points of burn in his deck. Most German decks bring a lot of burn these days. You tend to bring Bismarck. Always 3 Ablitz is sometimes Bismarck, and sometimes you even bring the Kriegsmarine as well, just for that little extra burn.
Yeah. Yeah, early on when I started playing cards, for real, shortly after I joined the company, with a limited collection, that was actually, that was one of the things that I built first, was that German aggressive deck where I crafted the Kriegsmarine and Bismarck and Air Blitzes.
Did they not give you like a full collection or something when you joined?
No.
You had to grind your own collection.
Absolutely. Play like a player, man. How are we supposed to understand what you guys go through if we just get given everything?
I mean, also, it probably helps though, like both ways. I imagine there's a bit of both.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, me playing through my collection as well completely, opened our eyes for on some issues, about pacing of collections and all that kind of stuff, and has very much guided, where we're going. So we do play the game, without giving us anything, and I have multiple accounts at different stages trying out the collection speed.
I made a new account recently, not to smurf on people, but just so I could see the experience, because it was a different tutorial to the one I did.
Yeah.
It'd been updated and things, which was really nice to see. I didn't realize going into it that there's going to be a different tutorial.
Well, then in a couple of months, you're going to want to do that once more because there are going to be more changes coming to the tutorial soon.
Here's a question for you: who in the office plays the most cards?
I do.
Is you?
Yeah.
By miles, or is it close?
I mean, how long have I been working for the company now? Like 5 months. I have 1,100 hours.
Oh, how many hours do I have? Oh, I'm like 10 hours behind you in playtime.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of it has been me idling, but.
Oh, you can't try and pull that card now.
But it's probably like.
Contest your hours, you know.
It's probably like at least 700-800 hours of play though. I had to learn the game. I mean, you guys are having me like I'm here on the internet in front of people talking about the game.
I'm not flaming you for playing the game. You're talking to someone who plays the game way too much.
But all right, let's back to the game.
No judgment here. No judgment here. We're all addicted to cards.
So Dreamer has found a massive resurgence here, now putting a ton of pressure on Hui Hui. Hui Hui finding himself in all sorts of hurt.
Yeah, these double P40s, it kind of means the units he has on board are the only units he has to work with. You can't really drop new units and tank 4 operation costs. It's just too extreme to deal with.
Root out the enemy. I mean,
if he wanted to trade, he had to trade first. Oh, that's a smart lad.
That's actually a really smart move.
I've done the opposite of that, where your enemy plays root out the enemy, and you're like, I can raiding brigade your thing now. But I've never done it where I play the root out into an amphibious assault. This is a really nice play.
I mean, root out the enemy just rose a few spots in my internal head's ladder of card strength, you know, after seeing that combo.
There's definitely some really cool things you can do with it. The card does have its weaknesses, which are like these 2 units he didn't kill are now gonna just heal back up.
Yeah.
And actually, an interesting interaction. The re-healing. Your card can take damage. It can get the -/. It can take damage and then not die and heal back up, and it no longer counts as a damaged unit. So root out the enemy is actually really good against Soviets, because you can make a damaged unit become not damaged, even though it has less health than it entered the battlefield with.
Yeah, I think Hui's assessment here was correct. There was little to nothing that he could do to salvage this game, so he ended up throwing in the towel and surrendering 1-1.
Yeah, I think it was a fairly quick game, to be honest. USA ramp just 40ing him. Too many P40s, he couldn't deal with them. The operation cost increase.
Yeah.
There were points where you could see him wanting to trade with the Flampanzer. He's like, I want a Flampanzer and then gain credits from the Nashib. But the Flampanzer costs 4 credits, so I'm actually still losing out on credits, and I can snowball out of control like I usually can with Nashib, just because of your P40.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. It's like the P40 is just really, really good. But now we are here. It is all come down to this. Hui Hui versus Dreamer. Who's going to make it to the finals against J King 7? We'll find out right now. Dreamer bringing the British deck and Hui Hui bringing his German deck again. Predictions
for this game?
I quite liked Hui's deck from what I saw from it. So I think he definitely has a chance of taking this one home. I still think Hui Hui is going to take this one 2-1.
I'm still going for Dreamer. I think Dreamer's going to win this. I think if you can get some draw off as the Brits against German discard, German's discard's advantage suddenly becomes very, very little.
Yeah, for me, it's all about how that early game plays. It's all about how he gets those units out, if he gets those honeys and is able to get value from them and so on. That's what I'm looking at here.
He might get a turn 5 Bismarck, turn 5 Wolfpack, which would be pretty big. generally you can't play your wolf pack on turn 5 because you're trying to keep your board like controlled. You've usually got a couple units in the front line hitting your face, but he might better just get away with dropping one. Is that a flam? That is a flam pan.
I think that was a great turn there from Hui Hui, taking out one of the bombers, mitigating the effect of something like a close air support, or any type of buff to those bombers.
And on the off chance the other one gets buffed, he's sitting on a
fighter.
Sky Barons. He's sitting on a Sky Barons as well.
Yeah. So he's a fighter protecting his units and sitting on a Sky Baron. So I quite like that turn. He also gets 2 units on board. I mean, let's not forget that that's important. And now seemingly wants to go into...
Oh, but he gets the other Flam Panzer.
I think I still play the Panther A here.
Probably, yeah. And you could... So the advantage of the Panther A is it's got heavy armor 1. So it can trade with those... what are they called? The number 1 commandos. And number 1 commandos, the destruction proc only counts when it actually does damage. So against heavy armor units, it won't do any damage and it won't destruct them. So you can trade your heavy armor tank into the number 1 commandos and not have your tank die.
Yeah, and that's huge. But I wonder if we're gonna start seeing. Oh no! It costs 8 credits now. The Avenger is not gonna be coming out to take out the Panther A this turn. I mean, what do you do here if you're Dreamer?
I think you Corsair, yeah.
Oh, Hui has to be smiling from ear to ear in his chair right now.
Oh no. That's terrible. There's no other real way to put it. That's absolutely terrible for him.
Yep, and just as you talked about using the Panther A to get rid of that number 1 commando without taking the effect of its attack.
You can get that Avenger down, but the Avenger is just going to die. I wonder if he even Sky Barons the Avenger just to get the card draw when he's got the opportunity. You could Sky Barons, and then you could play the...
Sky Barons Wolfpack? Yeah.
Yeah, Sky Barons Wolfpack.
And I think this is the right time for Hui to start putting on the pressure and choking out the resources from Dreamer. I feel like he has a board in front of him that he can relatively comfortably deal with, and he has some good ways to deny his draw in hand. Another Panther A, you know, he's not too worried about that Sexton either. It's only pinning a Flampanzer, so.
So this carpet bombing could be really good. You can carpet bombing, and then you can hit the guy in the back line, the Panther A, and you can clear pretty much everything on board. Now, obviously, card advantage is becoming a real problem, and part of you wants to get that Ultra down as soon as, because if you get the Ultra active, and then the guy plays a second Wolf Pack, you're safe from it. And you're reaching like this turn 10 where you risk a lot of big Japanese orders coming out as well.
I really, really like that play from Hui Hui, using the root out the enemy really efficiently there, taking out both of the Honey and the Sexton. And he also got 2 units on the board. And now I think Dreamer is starting to feel like he's in a little bit of trouble.
I agree he's in trouble, but I think it's far from over. I think one of the advantages of playing Brits is you can very quickly recover card advantage. Is one of the things Brits are good at is recovery. That, you know, you've got a lot of healing, you've got a lot of card draw. You can definitely come back from situations like this.
The Lancaster bomber having to come out to deal with the autocannon, can't really afford taking any more of those procs.
Oh, Leopold can be really, really big.
Yeah, but I mean, and look at that. He gets to use 2 Blades of the Samurai to just absolutely decimate the board from Dreamer, and he still has the Leopold and Last Man, to the Last Man.
You mean Bismarck?
Oh, yeah, no, that was Bismarck. Sorry. Yeah, I mean Bismarck.
So the issue with the Bismarck is it can get ultra'd. However, currently Dreamer just using all his credits to try and get board presence. Oh no. Oh. That's pretty bad for him.
I guess the main downside here for Hui Hui is that this is not a board you want to Leopold at all. You do not want to push 2 black watches back into hand.
I mean, you could do. Hear me out. That Bismarck costs 14 credits. You're not playing it anytime soon. Maybe just Bismarck it. Not Bismarck it, maybe just Leopold it, because you're not getting it down. You've sacrificed it at this point.
That's true.
Although now you have the Empire of the Sun, it's a lot less of an appealing play. Now it's not over for Dreamer, but it's getting rougher with each turn. It is going from like, okay, with some good draw he can win this, to getting closer and closer to being just screwed.
Yeah. Opting to hold on to the tactical strike there. I mean, not that it would have mattered. The Ultra would have caught it, but...
Although it's actually advantage for him not to do it, because really this Ultra needs to be procced. The longer this Ultra isn't procced, the worse it gets for him. He needs his Ultra to be procced soon, so you can get the card draw from it, cycle it, and try and find a solution to the presence on board.
He's just balancing the Leopold.
You're not going to win like this. He can bounce your stuff again and just keep smacking you.
Are we
one of his units? He bounces all of yours.
Yeah, are we about to see the classic tennis, the Leopold tennis?
I'd love to see some Leopold tennis.
Great presence of mind there. I wonder if Hui Hui is going to do it, if he's going to use the tactical strike to bait out the Ultra before he uses the Kriegsmarine. Indeed, he does. And what is he going to discard? He discards the other honey, so still the Rule Britannia in the hand for Dreamer, but that's probably not going to be enough. And look at that. No one is high enough HP for the Avenger to take him out.
There's also the fact that you can play Rule Britannia, but you know he's sitting on a Leopold. You drop your Rule Britannia, you're just going to get Leopolded, and your things are dead. It feels like there's nothing you can do to come back from this. You can trade with both these units, but once again, you're just going to get Leopolded. Where do you go from here? And now you've used Rule Britannia, which is one of your win conditions. You just burn through one of your win conditions, and it's just going to get Leopolded, which is really, really sad. But it's just the way of the cards, you know. You do have to feel for Dreamer here, because he's had so many useful tools, but Hui Hui just, you know, controlling the game from the start, from the get-go, was just in complete control. And I think I start to wonder, did Dreamer ever really have that much of a chance?
Who knows? I mean, it's not over yet, but it's going to be really difficult for Dreamer. I mean, he needs to really start finding some of his draw cards if he's going to have any chance here.
I think with each turn it gets more and more difficult. I think the gap between victory and defeat grows bigger each go. And that's not what you want when you're behind. You want to be catching up and, you know, seeing ways you can get out of it. But instead it's the opposite. It's like, well, here's another problem I'm going to have to try and deal with.
Is there a reason why he would bounce the Rough Lightning instead of the East Surrey? Because the Rough Lightning is the only thing that can actually force him to have to spend more credits.
I think the Rough Lightning is just a bigger threat on board.
Okay.
Now, there's not really much difference between the two. It almost doesn't matter.
I get you.
But I think it's better to just bounce the Wrath. And you kind of don't care about your Leopold getting bounced. It's really not a big deal at this point, because you're going to win the game at this rate, and the pressure's not on you to do something like drastic. It's you're going to win at this rate, and you can just keep winning. And that's fine by you.
Yeah, he's just ticking in, 2 damage each turn, 3 damage. Just using that Leopold. I wonder if we're going to see that Leopold bounce there for the 5th time.
I think it's pretty over at this point. You can keep bouncing the Leopold, but at this point, you're playing tennis and you brought like a ping pong bat or something. It's just not working out for you. You got this little thing, you know, and he's just got this giant tennis racket which is bouncing your entire board.
Shelling
is big, but I think it's
Too
too
little.
too late.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's any possible way for this to be swung. I'm just trying to think of cards that can swing the game. I think even if you get like a finest hour, it's over. Obviously, you can play your. Ooh, hold on.
Another Leopold.
I'm just thinking this might not be over. He's got a carpet bombing in hand. He can kill that Leopold.
Yeah.
Oh my god! If he wins this,
Bubbles, I'm just going home. Like I've said this before. That's just gonna be too crazy.
I'll have to solo broadcast.
Wait, what just happened?
He's taking face damage.
How much damage did he just take from fatigue?
Oh my days! He's gonna lose. He can't win. Because right, the Wrath comes down next turn, bounces the Flampanzer. His plan is to drop the Flampanzer this go and to drop the Leopold next go, clear the guard. But oh my god!
What is happening?
No way!
How much is he taking? 4 damage. He only has that turn.
Oh no!
Bubbles.
Oh no!
Bubbles.
What the? I can't describe what's happened without swearing loudly. Oh my days! He died to fatigue! He died to fatigue! What?
What?
Wait, so... Was I right? Was my prediction right?
Yes.
I was right? That whole time?
But just as barely as you could have been correct. You were.
Oh my days! That is a ridiculously close game. We were talking about after the Jake and Blue game, are we going to have another game that's that close? And we're going to have a game that's even closer. That was so ridiculously close. Like...
It's the first time, I believe, it's the first time we've ever had someone die to fatigue in a tournament, as far as I know.
I think it's safe to say, in my over 1,000 hours, which isn't that many in cards, I know people have a lot more, I've never seen a game that intense. That was absurd. I think the fact that we got to see that game in an OCC and not just on ladder, that's like, it's honored us, it's blessed us with its presence. What a game. Oh my days.
Yeah, no, I mean that was crazy. And with that, it's gonna be Dreamer making it on to the finals against J King 7, and it's gonna be Hui Hui taking on Blue Blast for 3rd place.
Yeah, I'm lost for words. Honestly, I'm lost for words. That was such a ridiculously close game, and I'm sure there were little misplays that would have swung that both ways early on in the game, but. You don't have that hindsight at the time. You don't know, hey, I'm going to need a little bit more damage. I should just go face here. It's ridiculous, and I don't know what to say. That was amazing.
That was crazy. I gotta say, I think we've seen some of the best games out of any Officer Club Championship tonight. It's been absolutely fantastic.
It's been really absurd already, and we're not even in the finals yet. Like, what's to come? What awaits us in the finals? I cannot wait to see, and I hope you will stick around to find out as well. And you know, if you're gonna introduce someone to cards, these are the games to do it with. Like, grab a buddy and introduce them now, because these are the games to captivate you.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I mean, with that, we know what our finals is going to be, and I believe that it's going to be a time for us to take a little break, catch our breath after that amazing game, and stand up. I haven't stood up in what, 3.5 hours now. So
I've not stood up in about a week.
So we'll be right back in about 3 minutes with the finals, which is going to be a best out of 5 between Dreamer and J King 7. It is the East versus the West. And then if we have time, we're going to watch the third place match between Blue Blast and Hui Hui. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. We just saw one of the craziest games I think we've ever seen on stream between Hui Hui and Dreamer, and it's going to be Dreamer taking on J King 7 in the finals coming up right after this. I believe both players have added each other and are ready to go, so we're just going to give them the green light.
Yeah, I'm excited. Predictions of the final? Who do you think is going to take it?
I feel like J King has been playing almost perfectly tonight.
Sure.
I think J King is going to take this one 3-1.
I think J King as well. I think 3-1's a pretty safe prediction, but for the sake of, mixing things up, I'll say 3-2. But I think it's going to be... I do agree that J King is going to win. Obviously, we could be proved completely wrong, and I think it's not unfeasible for J King to lose. I think I'd like to see some really close games. Obviously, I don't think I can handle too many games of that caliber.
No.
I think we need a nice, chill, normal game after that one. But I'd like to see some close games in like towards the end of the finals. And Jaking's arm seems to have manifested into the actual game itself.
Yes, he is now actually a part of the game.
And we could see his books. We could see what books he owned. So, you know, Jaking Amazon book list soon. But yeah, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be fairly close still, either way.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I'll take care of this thing with J King real quick.
So they're both bringing fairly aggro decks in round one. We've got J King bringing his Germany-Japan, which is a pretty aggressive deck. It sort of feels like he's taken the bits of Japan aggro that he likes, such as the 15th Cavalry and the Kagoshima, and he's put it into a Germany main nation deck. And then we have obviously the Alpine, which has been doing a lot of work this tournament so far, trying to contend up against Germany. It's both Germany main nation, and both pretty aggressive decks. So it's kind of whoever gets the snowball kind of is promising to win. I think J King looks like he's going to win right now, and that's because he's got this snowball off, while Dreamer is less promised to win just because he's behind.
Yeah, I mean, he's still searching for that strong Alpine start. Hasn't been able to find that so far.
He's going to take 7 damage minimum next go. He might take more. No. If he topped it like an encirclement or something, that 7 would go up to 12 damage, and you'd have 2 5/3s in the front line.
Yeah, and just look at that pressure coming out of J King, already bringing it down to 11 HP. No units to defend on board for Dreamer, and he does not have a ton of orders to kind of bail him out of this one. So
I think this is over already. I think this is probably the quickest game we've had so far today, but I don't think there's anything Dreamer can do to get himself out of this situation. He's taking 9 damage next go. There's no question about that. And then there's so many cards in J King's deck which can finish it off and just make it 11. I think he's got the credits for lethal, right?
Does he?
Yeah, he's got lethal, yeah.
Yeah, he's got lethal. Oh my god, the autocannon plus Arado combo finishing the game on turn 6 for J King 7.
The amount of snowball J King got, and I think this is one of the big flaws in Alpine, that everyone who plays Alpine or plays against Alpine or has any experience with it can see, where you play against like another aggro deck and they snowball and you don't, you just lose. You have such bad swing trying to get back into the game. I've seen people run root out the enemy in it and things just to try and help with their swing, but it's definitely one of the downsides of the deck is their ability to try and swing games when they're behind and come back.
Yeah, and I mean, Dreamer just didn't find the beginning that he wanted to there, and he paid the price for it. But let's go into game number 2.
I do think with Italy ally, one of the important things is going first. I think whether you're playing L640 or you're playing Alpine, going first can be really, really impactful. And it's quite a high risk, high reward strategy. And look at that lovely Soviet background with the ice.
Yeah. J King is also, you know, he'll soon have a nice Soviet knife there instead of that Luger.
He will do, which I look forward to seeing. And one of the options he has here, if he really wants, he can bloody sickle one of his own recons, and that draws you twice. So you can bloody sickle that recon in the front line, draw you twice, and then when it trades, it will draw you again. So you're getting a lot of card draw out of one recon.
I really like that.
And yeah, J King agrees that he likes that play, and we promise they can't hear us. I'm not helping him. Siphoning strategies.
J King didn't have to think twice about what to do there, immediately going for the hammer to take out that Isuri. Now he's wondering, should he move that up? Because he'll only heal for 1 if he decides to...
heal for 1, yes.
If he decides to trade the number 1 commando into it, which indeed he does.
But you kind of... The thing with the commandos is you just need them to die. They're not a unit you can really fight that well, so you just kind of have to deal with it. And a big smile coming out from that top deck there.
Finding that hammer top deck was absolutely huge for J King.
It was, however, there is a lot of stuff in Dreamer's hand that could cause a lot of issues. I think this carpet bombing, this RAAF, the what's it called, the Black Watch. These can all cause a lot of issues for J King, I think. And is this just going to become a healing fest? Who can heal the most?
Yeah, well, this is going to be interesting to see where that goes. I mean, there are some answers here. Wow, he's going to be able to deal with that Grenadier Guards immediately if he wants to. He has that critical hit. Drawing the Naval Brigade as well, just for good measures.
It's really... quite scary, the amount of damaged unit destroy J King brings in these decks. I know he loves them more than anyone else does, but he makes them work so well. Your units never feel safe, no matter how big or tough they are. Even if you have anti-order protection, they can just drop the naval. I know from experience when playing against J King, you drop your units expecting them to die. I mean, just look at his hand. He's got 3 pieces of removal.
Oh,
sorry,
4
pieces of removal. 1 was hidden behind some removal. And then he's also got draw as well. It's pretty scary.
That Black Watch could do a lot of damage if Dreamer chooses to play it now. Really order heavy hand here from J King. Only 1 unit in hand.
So the issue with dropping Black Watch is the credit and efficiency it gives you. However, I think I'd prefer the Black Watch to the RAAF personally. Because obviously if you drop it, you can't do anything else with those 3 credits and they just sit there. But if he'd known that there were 4 orders in hand, I imagine he would have dropped it then.
Yeah.
I'm just going to critical hit again. It's like, whenever you drop a unit, you're like, well, this guy has got 1 or 2 turns on him max, and then he's gone. I notice it's a big part of how Jay can play Soviets and other people don't. Is the rest of us, we put in more kind of units that give us control, but Jay can goes much more order heavy and just tries to remove things through targeted removal.
Yeah, the rest of us should probably take a look at him and learn a thing or two.
Now he's going to drop the Black Watch. I kind of feel like dropping it earlier would have been the better play, to be honest. But it's definitely not too late to drop it. It's still a really, really good drop. And puts J King in a fairly difficult turn. But it means it only hit 3 orders instead of 4. And I wonder if he's just going to crit that. He might critical hit that and then hit face for 4. He might drop the mortars. I kind of like dropping the... Surprised he didn't drop Workers Unite.
What?
So my assumption for why he didn't drop Workers Unite is he's probably waiting to hit 12 credits. However, it's not paid off, I don't think. We'll take the horsey boys.
I don't think so either. I mean, it does have protection on the HQ from that Lancaster bomber in the form of the Chaika, but...
Once that Chaika dies, we know he's got a carpet bombing in Dreamer's hand, so he can carpet bombing to clear the replacement Chaika. He just needs him to trade with it first, which I doubt is going to happen anytime soon. But once that bomber's damaged, Dreamer might think, hit the bomber into the Chaika and then play carpet bombing. But the issue with that play is then you can critical hit the bomber. curiously, we might see the Sterling, we might see the Mosquito, we might even see one of the two big planes, and then the Shalin come out, and of course the Shalin will kill the 1/1 Chiker. And it also sets up the engineers to get hit by the
I quite like this over the shelling, because the shelling is gonna give you an unpinned unit in the support line in the form of the newly spawned plane there.
Honestly, I would have favored guarding the Lancaster over the Sterling, because the Sterling has the protection in the form of the fighter, but the Lancaster has no protection and also has a really, really powerful effect.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the +1 credit to all cards is ridiculously strong. Most cards that interact with your opponent's credit costs are pretty darn good. Even ones like Raid, which was pretty weak for a while, saw a lot of play recently in an OTK deck. I think I would have definitely prioritized the Lanny.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I also think that the Sterling, it gives you its value when you play it, when you get that.
So he can trade though. He can use the Sterling to trade with the fighter, and the baby fighter, the baby gladiator will tank it. So you can trade with the fighter, and then you can drop the Mosquito and finish it off. Or you can, alternatively, you can drop the Mosquito first and trade, or you can drop the Shannon and trade.
Oh, just opting to go for another we can do it, really racking up the health totals on these units here, and I think that's going to cause some issues from J King, especially moving that Blackwatch up there, putting 11 hit points in the front line there.
I think if Dreamer gets a Rule Britannia, the game's over.
Oh, if Dreamer gets a Rule Britannia, I definitely think the game is over.
Which might be part of what he's playing around. He might be thinking, I'll use Rule Britannia, I'll play around Rule Britannia and have a sort of more slow burnout instead of this quick reward. Now, what he can
there he goes! And that's so much damage!
Oh my god.
It's 24 damage to face.
He almost has lethal.
He almost has lethal. He can only do 24 damage to face.
Oh my god.
Wow!
What a top deck. That is terrifying. And Jaking's just blankly staring at his screen thinking,
what can he do here? Is there anything that would save him? I mean, he's out of critical strikes. He has no draw.
He can't get enough guard down to protect his HQ. There's nothing he can do. No matter what you do, you lose.
You have to trade his entire board into that single Blackwatch unit. Man, that Rule Britannia, what a huge play for Dreamer.
Oh, I thought it was going to hit him with the zzz, the sleep.
Wow.
Two fairly decisive games. Jaking obviously destroying Dreamer in round 1 with the Jaguar versus Alpine. But I think it's safe to say Dreamer had that game for a big chunk of it. He had the advantage for a good 50% of the game, and then eventually just top decked the card he was looking for. He drew what he was looking for and finished the game instantly. The moment Rule Britannia was drawn, it was over.
Yeah, and I mean, he also he played around that win condition really deliberately, right? It's like, I'm not going to bother by using the shelling and doing that stuff. I just want these units to be as big as possible for when I draw my Rule Britannia.
Yeah, it's definitely a strong point. He did that game where he played around his win condition, like you said, really, really well. And we can do it, and Rule Britannia is such a good combo because it not only gives your units the defense, but it also draws you cards to help you find your Rule Britannia. He played, 2 We Can Do It, which got him his Rule Britannia 2 turns earlier than it would have.
Yeah.
It's a really powerful combo, and I think credit to Dreamer for his performance in that game. That's pretty much exactly how he wanted it to go, and I think he can only be happy with how that game went.
Yeah, but now we see the Japan aggro, the Japanese deck here coming out of J King.
Yeah, this is a more pure aggro deck compared to the one we saw Jakin play earlier, the German one. But it can do surprisingly well in the late game with these with these mitos and the duping you can do. I think it holds up better than it should do in the late game, and it's pretty scary.
Dude, again, we are on turn number 4 for Dreamer,
Yeah.
and he's 10 HP. And he has nothing.
I don't know what you can do here.
He has nothing on the board to deal with it. He's going to take 6 damage next turn, so he's 4 HP. And you're against Japanese aggro. He could even go down to 3 if he opted to take that Type 93 up. Like,
you could have also 22nd. Your 3 options there are to 22nd and draw, to Type 93 and hit face, or to move up the Akita. I think I like moving up the Akita because it gives you even more presence in the front line. And a bombing raid.
just to cap things off.
Well, it looks like we're going to have the entire best of 5 in a shorter duration to one of the games from earlier.
What is happening, Bubbles?
Aggro is happening. It's very, very quick paced. All of Jaking's wins so far have been very, very quick. And then Dreamer's win was against Jaking's slower paced deck, and he just completely took control of the board. So maybe we're seeing, Jaking having complete dominance and aggro here in this matchup, but maybe Dreamer has the strong enough slower decks where he can still come out on top. We're 2-1 now, 2 to Jaking, 1 to Dreamer.
Yeah, Jaking having picked up wins with both his aggressive decks, but now he is forced for the remainder of the tournament to bring his Soviet deck. So now we get a chance to see, does Dreamer have what he needs to fight back in this matchup? Knowing what deck he's going to go up against, even having the additional benefit of having played against it before.
Was Jaking wearing those headphones before, or did he just put those on?
Yeah, he was.
I think I'm going crazy, dude. I'm like seeing things, seeing imaginary headphones, or a lack of headphones. Oh, that hammer is really big for Jaking. Like that's a very big play because it lets you put a lot of early pressure on, and a lot of this Brick Control's way of dealing with aggro. You have 2 main ways to deal with it, or 3, I guess. You can ramp and just try and skip the early game. You can do the number 1 commandos like Dreamer does, but then you can also do honeys with the Awoken Giants and try and heal off units that are pushing up. And all of Dreamer's real way of dealing with aggro has just been, put down instantly.
Yeah, now we're seeing this like slightly slower paced deck coming out of Jaking, but he's pretty much gotten the best start that he could ask for.
Yeah, it's definitely a very strong and powerful start. I think this carpet bombing that he drew is going to do a lot of work, but I think he's still in a lot of trouble.
Well, I mean, the positive is that there's no removal in hand right now for Jaking for those Grenadier guards.
But this is Jaking's deck. I think removal is only so far away.
Yeah, I
like trading. You gotta heal up, yeah.
Absolutely. I like it. And getting the air defense, that's perfect for Jaking. He's going to take that every day.
Man, this background is lovely. The Soviet background. You guys did an excellent job on that. Big fan of it. And Jaking, has he found removal yet? No, he has not. Now, I wonder if you Bloody Sickle just a cycle to try and find removal, or if you save your Bloody Sickle to proc things so that you can remove them once you find it. Obviously, you've got 2 zeros in hand, so you can kind of use those to do the 1 damage to get something damaged. I don't know. How do you feel about this game so far?
I mean, I think, like I said, I think Jaking has found a great start to this game. I think he has a lot of potential. But now that I'm looking at Dreamer's hand, just whenever you see a full hand of US ramp cards, man, there's just so many powerful units that, you know, it's really hard to say which direction the game's going to go. But
no removal for J-King.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I think this hinges on, is J-King going to find his removal soon or not? Because
the one plus side is that Blackwatch only hit a single unit.
Yeah.
But he's really not finding any removal is putting a massive hindrance on him staying in the game. And we're seeing Dreamer push up, which we've seen him do earlier, where he's happy to take his ramp into a much more tempo based. There's no orders in hand though. Time for these Blackwatchers to drop. Now's the perfect time. And
J-King, come on, give me both. Yeah. Oh, J-King, the smile. That's where it is. He was probably hoping to see both of those come out.
And then you get your removal the turn after getting double Blackwatched.
That's insane, man.
And I think you have to take out this guy in the front line because it's going to get nurse corped, it's going to get healed up, it's going to get +1/+1.
Yeah.
You're going to have either a 6-10 in the front line. Yeah, you have to take it. I think you play the other 0. And I like that. I like how he's playing that. I think he's doing the right moves. But this double carpet bombing and strategic bombing. He's got an absurd amount of bombing in his hand.
And there the Cadet Nurse Corps comes out. And I think this is what I was talking about earlier when I was saying, you know, it seems like Dreamer is playing that card from experience, right? The way this deck plays from him is it finds opportunities to be useful more than I've seen it in other decks.
Yeah, I think he's onto something. I think the rest of us might need to start playing it in ramp because it's proving itself today. It really is. I think we've seen him have it 2 or 3 times, and it's been useful, I think, every time. I don't think we've seen it not be useful yet. I don't think there's been a situation where it's been like, okay, you're doing all right, but you've got these, you know, you've got the nurse in your hand, and it's kind of useless. It's always been, you have nurse in your hand, and that's going to do a lot of work. And these zeros generally are seen as having pretty beefy stat lines, but it's not an issue. It's really not an issue for Dreamer. I think Dreamer's going to win this one. I think he's going to take it.
And I think honestly, this Soviet deck is the only deck J-King had that this US deck would work against. I feel like this US deck is just, unless you get extremely lucky and find all your early game like right away, and that's something that happens in maybe 20% of games, I think you just lose against the Japan and the German game
it's
decks.
A very greedy deck. It definitely will do nothing but suffer against aggro. But I mean, it's often quite a good idea to bring one full greed deck, because there's matchups where going full greed is really, really powerful, and you'll just outlast your opponents. Up against like Droggear sort of decks, if you've gone full greed, your chances of winning are much, much higher.
I'm wondering, would it be wise for J-King to do something like, you know, would it have been wise for him to play a couple of the smaller units for a chance to keep the engineer?
The Chaika is a really good one to drop, because if the Chaika goes down, it replaces itself. And this large health pool is buying J-King some time. Ooh, that could be big. It will die. Yeah, you know, your T-38s will die, but it will buy you some space. Give you a little bit of breathing room. And he's going to go for the Chaika, which I think is a good play. Now, this Blackwatch can hit both Chaikas. It can hit the 1-2, and then it can hit the new one that comes back and replaces it. But he's just going to opt to carpet bombing instead. Solid plays, and the pressure is still on J-King to find a solution. And I think this might go to a 5th game.
Ooh, Empire of the Sun coming in big there, but you don't really want to use it on the B-17 because you're just going to overdraw. And I mean, do you really feel like playing anything other than the 845th? Everything else just dies? I mean, I guess you're okay with the 15th motors just tanking a hit from the B-17 instead of your headquarters?
I think you're grasping at straws here. You know, no matter what you do, you're in a lot of trouble. Dreamer's got 2 mobilizations and a handful of cards. Even if you can get yourself like a foothold, I don't think you can outlast it. I think it's just too much. This Empire of the Sun could do a lot of work, but I'm not convinced, to be totally honest. I'm not fully convinced that Jakin can put it back. I'd be excited to see him put it back, though. We've seen some crazy games today, and it's definitely possible.
Yeah, I was just about to say, man, like, don't make any of those predictions because they're all going to be wrong. Whenever we've seen a match seemingly be over in one direction, it's kind of found a way to go and swing in the opposite direction again.
I mean, it's almost worth saying it just to make it happen, just for the excitement. I mean, Jaking's finally finding his removal, which is really quite nice for him. I imagine he probably feels more comfortable now than he did earlier.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, just look at his hand. He's got another Empire of the Sun there if he needs to refresh his hand. He's got a Blade of the Samurai. He's got a critical hit. He has a way. He's got a hammer. He's got a way to remove a whole lot of stuff. Plus, he has the Workers Unite. He's got some guard units. Yeah, I mean, like, he has everything that he wants right now.
I wonder if we're going to see him critical yet, or if he's going to save it.
I don't think so. I think I would like to see him play a guard unit, maybe play the Zero, and then... Okay.
Blade over critical. I don't like that. Quite frankly, I think that's a mistake. I think you're better off criticaling. It saves you 2 credits this go, but also Blade can hit air units that haven't been damaged.
I think what he's going for there is that he has that combo in hand of the Zero plus critical hit. So that's probably what he was opting to want to use. So he's going to save the critical hit for when he wants to play it with the Zero and use the Blade of the Samurai before that.
Yeah, I think it's a... I'm not completely convinced by it, but I mean, he's up in the finals, you know. There's something to be said about just going for what he says. And we're going to see a lot of ramping coming out. He's still got another mobilize. He's got a rescue mission. He's got more cards in hand than he looks like.
Jaking's deck is starting to get a little bit thin, but I mean, we do know he has the Night Witches, so
Soviets don't do fatigue.
No. So they don't get fatigued, and that is very much a reflection of history. You know, you can't tire out the Soviets.
I don't know if that was intentional with game design, but it definitely worked out where it was like, oh, you know, a long, slow war with the Soviets is a terrible idea.
So for everybody that is watching, I'll do this in between games. Let's focus on the games. The games are so good.
Oh man, you've got me curious now. Sure.
Okay, so I wonder what Jaking is going to do here. Is he going to play? I wonder, is he going to play the Zero to try and what? No. Okay. I was thinking, you know, that would have been a really disrespectful play to try and play the Zero to kind of bait in an ambush mistake by the #1 commando, because that was the only way that he would have really made that play work.
I think he's just got to save the Zero for the critical hit combo. He can drop the Zero and now critical and kill the B-17.
Yeah.
And he's got to be very careful with this Empire of the Sun. I don't want to see a second fatigue lethal game. Like, I'd like to not think that would happen twice during one tournament.
You'd like to think.
I'd like to think. I mean, you never know, but I think unless he lost his Black Witches to the Empire of the Sun and we missed it, which is entirely possible, he's going to start being in a pretty good position soon. And now we're going to find out. He's probably just thinking to himself, did I lose it earlier? I think if he lost it earlier, then he loses the game. No, there you go.
He manages to get, managed to get the P40 out of the way as well. He's also, so I think that's pretty interesting. He's sitting on a bloody sickle, right? So what he can do is he can actually play 2 Night Witches within the same turn, now that it's the only card left in his deck.
He can do, but that, well, you know what he can do? He can play Night Witches, and then he can play Rising Sun on a 1 attack unit. Play Night Witches again. It's a 10k sickle.
12k.
12k sickle, yeah, it's been blackwatched. But honestly, I think Soviets are really good at this stage in the game, where you're doing 3 damage to something each turn. It sounds like not much, but actually it's a lot. People don't realize just how much it is.
Rescue mission. He's probably perfectly happy with it rescuing that particular unit.
Yeah, obviously it has a deployment effect, but as deployment effects go, that's not one of the scarier ones. And he's filling a lot of bombers down onto the board, and he's sort of creating a difficult situation. Now, he does still have, there's still things which are scary, I think like a Persian coming out, but Free from the Peoples is a dead Persian. And that may sound like a lot, but it's really not in this situation. You're getting a From the People each go. Sometimes more than one.
Yeah. And I think that's going to be the interesting part, is when does J King feel the need to do that? And it looks like he wants to do it now.
He has got another way of doing it as well, though, with the
Workers Unite.
Workers Unite. Obviously, that draws 2 cards, so you take 1 fatigue, but it's not terrible.
And now those bombers are starting to stack up and mount the pressure against Dreamer.
Yeah, ooh. That Persian's gonna die. That Persian won't live. Like, 2 From the Peoples and the Persian's dead.
And he's got those 2 From the People in hand. Another Night Witch is going to give him a 3rd From the People to play within this turn. Taking care of that, one of those milk trucks in the front line, at least.
We may be here a while.
We may be here a while. Yeah, I woke up over the weekend and saw I had missed a message from Darkness on Discord where he had gone infinite on ladder with the Soviet v Soviet deck.
I've seen before, I think it was, I seem to remember it being Darkness and someone else. They posted it to, I think.
Yeah.
They posted it all over the place. They both got infinite with Soviets.
We ended up
just sitting there.
We ended up killing that game and then refunding the ELO loss.
Really? Did they not give up?
No.
So
they played for like over an hour, right? Like, what I can tell you, and everybody that wants to listen, is you do not get between Darkness and his ELO. That is something that you do not do.
So, I'm sure you're familiar with Hubblebub.
Yeah.
Good friend. He had a bug where his opponent ended turn, and instead of starting his turn, it just got stuck in between their 2 turns. And it just stayed like that forever. He sat at his computer for 40 minutes waiting for the game to end. Waiting for his opponent to surrender. And he didn't get up and do things. He sat there just staring at it just in case his go started. Like, he was telling us about it, and we were like, that's pretty cool. So what happened? He was like, no, I'm still in it.
Well, I mean, so looking at this now, I can see that Dreamer is about to start taking some fatigue damage. This is
He is.
this is everything he has. He's not going to play the mobilization. He's not going to play the special delivery. So he's got an Avenger.
He's gonna lose. The Avenger's dead. Jaking's gonna win. Like, there's no way you beat the Soviets this late into the game. Especially new Soviets with the Night Witches. I don't think it's even doable. Not in this kind of scenario anyway. Obviously, it's not an impossible win, but
It's so difficult. I think you absolutely have to play perfectly at this point in time. But
even if he plays perfectly, because
wait,
you have this difficult scenario, like, I want to hit you in the face because I have to kill you. The longer the game goes on, the worse your position gets. But you don't have the tools to lethal him before he'll clear your board. So you can't just go pure face because you won't kill Jaking in time. But if you clear Jaking's board, that won't matter because the longer Jaking's game goes on, the better situation he's in.
yeah.
Like, you're gonna die to fatigue before you finish dealing with all of these.
Yeah, now that Avenger is going to go with 1 attack, and from the people, now you only got 5 damage to deal each turn, and you need 4 turns to do it.
And you can clear both the bombers, but it's really...
That's not enough.
It's not a strong position.
And
you know, Jaking, he could, if he really wanted, play the Empire.
And there it is.
Out. Dreamer is out, I believe.
Yep.
Jaking is the champion. So
with that, J King wins 3-1 against Dreamer. Congratulations. Yeah.
Yeah, I am Jaking massively deserves it, and congratulations. You know, it's awesome. He's won, is it 3 seasons he's won? Something ridiculous like that. And I think if anyone deserved to win today, it was Jaking, and huge congratulations to him. Very, very happy to see that. And I think he played really well today.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, I mean, like I said, going into this series, called it 3-1. I think J King was playing practically perfectly today. So I'm really impressed with how he came through it and was able to just keep, he kept his head 100% on the right way for the entire duration. So for me, that was just an excellent play there for J King.
I imagine, knowing J King, he's probably pretty happy to win with a Soviet fatigue combo. I know he really likes his Soviet fatigue. And what better and what fitting way to win than winning through that? Yeah,
absolutely. I could see that happening, but we're not done yet. We're gonna be back with the 3rd place match. That's gonna be between Hui Hui and Blue Blast when we come back, just after a few minutes. Just getting you guys set up with a nice looking break screen. So we will see you all in about 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We still got possibly three games to go between Blue Blast and Hui Hui, which I don't think is a less exciting matchup. The only thing that's different for me is that there's less money on the line for whoever wins this.
Yeah, but I mean, who's here for the money? We're here for
That's
cards.
true. That's true. All right, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are just about to head on into the third place match here between Blue Blast and Hui Hui. Congratulations to our first and second place. Dreamer taking second place and Jaking7 taking the win in an absolutely epic series. Now, I hope we're going to get as epic of a series this time around.
Yeah, we've had some really, really exciting games and some really exciting series today. I think it's been, game-wise, one of the an absolute banger of an OCC. I think it's been really, really good so far, and I'm excited to see what we have in store for us.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I feel like as well. For me, it's so much fun to, well, in my opinion, see the playing field get better.
Yes, 100%, and it's less. I remember when the OCC started, it was like, so these three players are going to win one of these three anyway. Which one do you think it is? Everyone else is just there to try and put up a good show and try and fight back. But now it's like, okay, one of these 12 players is going to win. It's going to be a lot closer, and there's a lot more competition. I think seeing China kind of take over and fight back, I think is really, really awesome to see. And time to try and fight back again.
Yeah, and I mean, we also we actually did a Chinese Open tournament not too long ago, so that was really fun to see, and we had over 200 participants in that one. So the Chinese community is very active and is definitely putting in the work to start challenging some of these Western competitors.
Yeah, and they definitely bring their own thing. I've seen certain cards which weren't played now being played, like that Panzer IV that retreats. No one played that. It was a draft card. It wasn't really a ladder card, but I now see serious decks with people who have full collections still running it, just due to last OCC.
Yeah, absolutely. And I now want to take our attention to something a little bit different. And that is, in the coming week, 1939 Games and KARDS is going to be taking part in the Steam Digital Tabletop Festival, where we're going to be kind of diving a little bit into the story behind KARDS. And Gumme Panzer, our creative director, is going to be doing a panel there, answering questions and interacting with the chat. So if you guys want to be a part of that, don't miss out. We're also going to be screening for the first time the thing that I've been working on day and night for the past couple of weeks, which is an hour-long documentary on KARDS that basically covers where does the inspiration from KARDS come from, what are kind of the ideas behind the designs of KARDS, what are the high-level identities of the nations in history during the war, and how does that reflect it into KARDS. And then we end on reviewing some KARDS gameplay, talking about how we kind of are mimicking a lot of the fighting styles and fighting forces from the Second World War in the game. I hope that this is something that you would enjoy a lot, and it's been a labor of love for us to kind of bring that story a little bit out to you guys, and we would really want as many of you guys to come and support KARDS during the Steam Digital Tabletop Fest as possible. So by all means, don't miss out. Check out Steam, set a reminder, and join us for screening of the first I would say movie that I ever produce. It's kind of crazy.
That sounds awesome. Whereabouts can we watch it?
It's gonna be on the Steam Tabletop Festival during one of the featured streams. I'll see if I can find the exact date and time for you before we wrap this up.
I'd look forward to it massively. That sounds incredible. I hope everyone else is excited for it as I am, because the history side of KARDS is a big part of it that I love, and I know for a lot of people, it's the same thing. The history is a big part of it.
Yeah, and what I really, for me personally, what I really liked there was that, I wasn't there when the game got designed from the get-go, so I got a lot of new insights into how the game works. So, and kind of what the design thought process was at different stages. So
yeah, it sounds awesome. I'm super excited to see it. And now Hui Hui versus Blue Blast, game 3 for 3rd place.
Yep, 3rd place, Hui Hui versus Blue Blast, who is going to be able to secure themselves a spot on the podium and $200, and who's going to be walking away empty-handed, having just earned the sweet, sweet memories of tonight.
Yes, and the reputation as well. Cannot deny the rep which comes with performing at one of these events. I think we're seeing, so it's Blue Jaguar up against Hui Hui's sort of Japan control. I think this Japan control is pretty good against Jaguar. It's not a easy win, but it can definitely win it. I think we know he's running fortifications instead of long range recons. I personally really like that. I think fortification is a better deal than long range recon is. I think his deck is well built, so we'll see if it can hold up against the onslaught from Jaguar.
The Type A regiment now making it to the front line, being buffed on the damage side. There is a guard unit to be played, but opting instead for the trade and the Tora, just clearing the board.
Yeah, it's sort of this onslaught of AoE. You can sort of, every rush Jaguar has, you can shut down. And the usual issue with just shutting down each Jaguar rush is by the end of it, the Jaguar has done so much damage to your HQ that you're dead anyway. But he's got this fortification in hand. I think that's going to be enough to keep him alive. And just based on what we see right now, I'm saying Hui Hui takes game 1.
Well, Blue Blast is about to put that Kagoshima into the front line and encircle it, so potentially pouring out a lot of pressure there. He could also, he could potentially get desperate measures and then trade in with a 15th cav and then has 10 damage. He's threatening lethal in the front line already.
He is.
And it's the turn before Carpet Bomb, so Hui Hui has to kind of...
You remember me saying a second ago that it was definitely Blue that was going to win this?
Yes, of course. And now, because he opted for that...
He's dead.
I mean, he could have fortified, and he could have kept himself alive.
2 Kagoshimas.
No, 2 Kagoshimas!
They stop healing, yeah. It's part of why they're so good. You get them encircled, and you just kind of end the game. You've got 10 damage per turn, and you prevent all healing.
Wow, I completely spaced on that it prevents the healing, and of course, wow. So yeah, you remember when you said that Hui Hui was definitely going to win that one?
I don't remember that. I remember saying Blue Blast is going to win this. He's going to get an encirclement. He's going to encircle Kagoshima and hit face. That was word for word what I said.
Man, that was excellent play there from Blue Blast, finding that opportunity. And I wonder if there's a lesson there maybe for Hui Hui to kind of save some of that removal for the Kagoshima.
Yeah, I mean, you play around your turn 7 against Kagoshima. You try to get your carpet bombing off. It's really good at clearing them. You tend to turn 7 carpet bomb, turn 8 heal. It's a lot easier when you got Brit's main because you can use the pioneers to do all of go Turner. But for the most part, that's your main answer to Kagoshima. And I was expecting Blue's deck to be a lot slower and for Hui Hui to be able to get that carpet bombing off. At which point you're in a perfectly fine position. But obviously, that is not how it went.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing Resistance back at it.
Yeah, Blue Blast bringing his Resistance deck here. The question is Hui Hui going to be as proficient at playing around it as J King 7 was? I also think
it's certainly going to be a big decider when playing against Resistance is how you play around it.
I also think Hui Hui already dodged, in my opinion, one of the biggest bullets when you play against Resistance, and that is called going second. Just because you have so many more cards than the player that goes first, you just are unable to deal with the same amount of pressure from the Resistance.
Yeah. A downside though is blue can get his resistance cards off a go before you get a chance to react to them, just due to that credit advantage.
Yeah.
It's definitely an interesting thing though. I think I'd prefer to go second against resistance, but it's definitely not. I don't think it's too big of a deal.
Wait, you would want to go first against resistance?
No, I'd want to go second.
Second? That surprises me.
If I was playing versus resistance, well, it depends what I'm playing. If I'm playing aggro versus resistance, I want to go first. If I'm playing control against resistance, I'd want to go second.
But I mean, you start with like 4 cards, then you draw 1, and then you pass on turn 1, and then he passes, and then you pass on turn 2, and then you have a full hand, and you can't draw on turn 3?
What, as the control player?
No, just as any player. Well, yeah, as a control player. If you don't have stuff to play out of your hand early. All right, we're getting into the nitty-gritty of that. We'll talk about that off stream. We owe the audience here a good cast, Bubbles. Not debating the merits of.
They came to the wrong place. So I think you sort of just keep drawing and you tank the Pete's 2 damage each go right now. Because I do love the Pete. I think it's a really fun card, but I don't think it's that big of a threat right now. I think you probably just panzer free and see what you can find, and you play around getting that liberation down. You could move up and take the front line, but there's not much advantage to having it right now. You're not under much pressure, and I think you can go late game fairly well. Option to trade though, which is certainly an interesting decision. He does set himself up to be potentially AoE'd. I think that's the main issue with trading. Obviously though, Hui Hui doesn't actually have any AoE right now, but the moment he finds one, he can make a desperate measure to do 5 damage to everything.
Yeah, ooh, that root out is going to do a whole lot of work there for blue.
It certainly is, but look, that's 4 damage to all, and he can do that this go, but he might want to play the Night Raid and save it for next go. I'm not sure what the guard adds right now. I don't think you're under much pressure.
Yeah.
I think we'll save the other Imperial Decree and just do 2 damage to all and kill the Flampanzer on it small.
Yeah, I mean, I think Blue Blast is okay with that.
Especially with that liberation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now he's got, I think, is that a 6 damage? Nuke?
Well, I mean, so here's what I want to see. Oh, blue has answers for it. Yeah, he does. Unfortunate. But I mean, the one thing that Commandos has that's okay
Commandos with resistance
is like, you're okay with playing against resistance if you have Commandos on the board. At least you're not wasting that resistance card.
Yeah, they at least do a damage to something. But I mean, how often, right, as a Commandos player, how often do you beat resistance? How often does resistance beat you?
Yeah, I would say I beat resistance like 90% of the time.
Yeah? Well, fair enough then.
Because I run special delivery in it.
Okay, yeah. Seeing the Panzer IV come down, this is one of the cards which didn't see much play until the Chinese player base showed up in the OCC and kicked everyone's ass with it.
See, now he has the ability to do some damage with those resistance cards.
He just stole one of Blue's resistance cards.
It's like I can tell you what I can tell you. You know, as the main positive for playing Commandos into resistance is finishing the game by playing a resistance card.
Sure.
That's like the main satisfaction.
Now, that Commandos, I think it might be dead.
I mean, surely he's gonna sabotage the Commando. He just gave him like 6 free spells, 7 free spells.
I think you shouldn't have played Liberation. I think you. Oh.
That was actually.
I think Tax Strike is a very viable option, but the issue is, while it's doing damage, look at his deck. ripping through his deck, and
Yeah.
he can get the last rights and do the actual combo. But I think the chances of him having the last rights
He
and not
discarded
using
it.
is pretty small.
He already discarded it.
He discarded it already.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Here's the buff you need to give them. You need to make it so the bomber means your resistance cards do damage.
There are some ways. There are some changes in the pipeline coming soon.
I hear. I'm excited for it. I think you need to kill that commando already. I get that he's been there for a while, but I think it's time just to nuke it and get rid of it.
Blue Blast.
Tactical.
Blue Blast teasing us a little bit there, hovering that Panzersug.
He knows we want it.
Of course. Of course.
And Blue Blast here, he's got a taste of his own medicine. He's got 2 resistance cards in hand.
Ah!
Oh! Leopold and a resistance.
I mean, if you're Hui Hui, like, those are probably the 2 cards you really wanted to see discarded, because you know you're not going to have to deal with them. That's actually pretty huge there. But you see, Hui Hui, he can't afford to discard any more of his deck.
Yeah, he's definitely in trouble. I think if he had 2 commandos, he'd probably feel a lot better right now. The fact that there's only 1 of them makes it really, really quite rough.
Yeah, if he had like 2 or 3 commandos on board with all those resistance cards, you would be surprised as to how quickly you just decimate your opponent.
True. If you have multiple, all the ones that do 2 damage as well per card.
Yeah. Because like imagine if every one of those resistance cards he plays is 3 damage, for instance. I mean, you're just you clear the board immediately, and then everything just starts going face.
I wonder, he might just play Enigma here, because if you play Enigma, you've still got the credits to do a tactical strike if you wanted to. Oh, Sabotage does a lot of face damage.
Yeah, currently 5.
I think we've got attack strike though.
6.
Yeah, it's 5.
5 plus 1.
Plus
Yeah.
1. Yes. I actually forgot Sabotage was a card until recently. When he was like, "Oh, I'm running Sabotage," and I thought, "What is a Sabotage?"
Decided to go for that commando.
Yeah, I mean, if you go uber late game here, you kind of win already, so you don't need to use it as a win con. Because obviously you can get them. You can do a maximum of 10 damage with one of those. You can do 30 damage with 6 credits.
Yeah.
He's
now...
got 2 comets in hand. I feel like you clear the board and then you start committing. Oh, he can Hipper and removal. Hipper counts as hard removal because he's got no cards. He's got no space in his hand.
I think this is absolutely fine here from Blue. He's under no pressure to use that Hipper immediately, so...
Yeah, and there's something to be said about saving it for when your opponent has a draw anyway. And that's Shiden. Very important card to get rid of this game.
And another resistance card. The draws for Blue Blast. He's just finding it over and over and over again.
And interesting, Blue opting to go for the non-gold comet over the gold comet. I think you bounce between the 2 to create confusion. You know, you play your gold comet and then you play your normal comet and then your gold comet and your opponent's like, what's going on?
Well, this is a dire situation here from Hui Hui. Very, very, very low chance that he's going to be able to dig himself out of this one. Only 8 cards left in the deck and a pretty much full hand. He's finally going to be able to draw a card next turn, but what can he find that's going to help him, you know,
He can't draw.
get back from that?
Yeah, he can't draw, he just got hippered.
That's true.
And Blue put down the golden comet, which I was happy to see. He's doing the bounce between. And I think you could just drop both comet.
I would, honestly.
Yeah,
There's nothing else you have a real reason to play at the moment. I mean, even if you... Why would you play missing instead of just either, like double Panzer IV next turn, you know, if you need to get something off the field?
Have we ever seen 2 comets before? I don't think we have.
I don't think we have, not in an Officer Club Championship at least.
I don't think I've ever seen it at all, and that's GG. Blue Blast takes 3rd place.
Yep, that's going to be GG Blue Blast 2-0 against Hui Hui. But however, Hui Hui making it back-to-back into the semifinals here in the Officer Club Championship, qualifying 2 months in a row. That is no easy feat, and we congratulate all of our players, the top 12 that qualified for the event, the top 8 that made it into today, and then of course our semifinalists and top 3 taking home the cash.
Yeah, I think it's been really, really well played from everyone, really. There's not been a moment where I've thought to myself, what are they doing? You know, get them out of there. And I think we've just seen the amount of close games and the amount of like really, really cool little plays just speaks volume to the skill level that's been increased recently. I think over the last 2-3 months, the amount of skill that has gone into the player base, especially at high level, is just absurd. You're getting
Absolutely.
people who were, playing pretty like cool little plays and doing well into like almost flawless performances, and it's definitely really exciting to see.
Yeah, I feel like the competitive bar for KARDS is just constantly rising. I feel like our best players are becoming better, and we're starting to see, that's something that I'm really happy about. We're starting to see a wider variety of people getting stuck into the battle at the top, right?
Yeah, and I think it's awesome. I think a competitive environment is super healthy, and I think the environment is getting more and more competitive. And if you want to keep up with the race, you're going to have to, run faster and faster and get better endurance, because they'll leave you behind. They'll, if you want to stay on the top, you've got to keep performing. And I think that's great.
Absolutely, and I mean, just looking at, I always go back to that game where J King was playing against Blue Blast's resistance deck, right? Just the presence of mind of discarding, 2 resistance cards so that he couldn't sabotage his unit and couldn't fill up his hand, and discarding the 4 credit one instead of the 2 credit one to be perfectly credit efficient, and it's playing all the way to the maximum potential of your deck versus the opponent's deck. And it's something that requires such a deep understanding and knowledge of every card in the game, of every interaction, of every possible outcome, of what your opponent might be wanting to do, that I am beyond impressed to see how these players are performing month after month.
Absolutely. It's like the difference, I think, you can think about 10 things which are possible and you'll do all right. You can think about 100 possibilities and you'll do a lot better. And then you can start thinking about thousands and thousands of different possibilities. And I don't know what level we're at right now, but I think the number of possibilities people are going through is higher than ever before. And all these like kind of really, really obscure nooks and crannies that you wouldn't even ever think of are being kind of explored as options. And, what if this happens? What if that happens? And then once you've gone through every possibility, you can come back and make this decision and do the most optimal play. And I think we're seeing that more and more, where we've seen people doing very optimal plays with the information they have, but people are getting better and better at finding more and more information out through very small details, and I think that's really exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing, like we talked about earlier, playing around these countermeasures, again, kind of referencing J King, who is absolutely on fire today. He played 2 or 3 turns around missing.
Yeah, and it wasn't even that.
And it wasn't even that.
The funniest thing.
But it still worked out.
It did. He sat in that backline for so long, just waiting to see what it is. And I think patience. Patience is really important to be a good player in any game, but in card games specifically. I think the ability just to know that the path you're going down is the right one and just be fully confident. I know this path is right and I'm going to keep going down this path. And being able to go, well, actually, I don't want to go down that path as well. Having those two options of knowing when to just go full down a path and knowing when you're going down the wrong one, I think those are super important.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, I would always be second guessing myself. Exactly, right? Like, I didn't play around it. I played around it last turn. Should I do it again, or do I just bite the bullet? And just understanding how that works. It's just, it's on another level. So I just want to give a huge shout out to all the players, and let's get this show wrapped up here. Bubbles, we've been live for 4.5 hours. Thank you so much for joining me. Before we go, do you have any shout outs?
That is more than okay. Just the usual, really, to the community, to the players, to everyone that makes this possible. At the end of the day, the people that make this possible isn't us on this side, it's you guys out there. And I think, just thank you for letting us do it. It's a huge thanks, and it's greatly appreciated. And thank you for you, Ollie, for letting me be here, and fun times.
Absolutely, you did great. You're always welcome onto the caster desk with me. And with that said, I would like to thank everybody that tuned in, all our players that participated, everybody that went on the grind and tried to make the top 12. You'll have your chance again next month, so keep on going. I'm Ole, and this has been Bubbles. What a great night of games. Congratulations to all the players. Don't miss out on the Steam Tabletop Festival next week, and we'll see you all in the next broadcast.